No,
Good, how are you doing?
fall season's going.
Yeah.
Show. Right,
Yeah, they won too.
I know. I got nervous. It's just one started games.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
they started. End of January.
Like division game?
All right, get going here. It's Thursday, March 27th, 2025. This is the Lunenburg Finance Committee. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being recorded and broadcast over the Lunenburg Public Access Channel and on Facebook Live on the Public Access Facebook page, and will be uploaded to the Lunenburg Access YouTube channel after the meeting. For anyone looking to join via Zoom, that can be found on lunenburgma.gov under calendar. Just look for the Finance Committee agenda. There's also a call-in number for that. That's also listed on there. And with that, let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty for all.
All right. By way of announcements, next week is posted for a public hearing. After the public hearing, we'll focus on votes, as well as some level of the report, the Finance Committee report. So we got some writing to do on that. Hopefully, we get a chance to talk a little bit about that this week so that we can start to draft sections of that and meet the deadline that I'll talk to town manager about what our final deadline is on that and how we fit it in. This is in essence our last meeting of department hearings and budget hearings. And in addition, if you didn't notice, we added the citizens position Prop 2.5 override onto the agenda. And TJ Laughlin will be coming in a little later to brief that one. I just sent an email with the town manager's report, budget, final budget presentation. And then I created a folder, sent you guys a link for the Prop 2.5 override materials that we've received. So that would be the announcements. Any other announcements? All right. And with that, any public comment from the public?
Hi, everyone. John Bowen, 162 Highland Street. I just wanted to ask, during the public hearing, we're going to be able to comment on each particular subject during the public hearing, or should I make those comments now? Whoa.
You can certainly make comments now. I have been opening it up to people after each section of the, it does say under public hearing, it should have been under scheduled meeting, so that's an error on the agenda, but yeah, you can make comments. as
Okay.
we Go to, I
So-
would ask that everyone try to keep it to a minute or two, because we have a lot of material to work through.
I know, that's why I was asking, would it be more feasible for me to make that comment as those items come up and then discuss them?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'll wait till then for my.
And there is a full public hearing next week.
Yeah, I'm aware. Thank you.
Yep. All right, any other public comment? Any public comment from the board? All right. See how quickly we can go? Any town manager or finance director reports? All right, so under what should be scheduled hearings, the first one up is town manager final budget material.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you pull up the presentation, I just want to go over what the physical documents are that are in front of you. So you have, because there's so many small numbers and your screens are arguably small, you have printouts of the ledgers. These are they're both the same document, just one has a certainly greater level of detail than the other, if you wanted to look at that, but otherwise are generally the same. And I am ready when you are.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, we're, okay. So, obviously, some things have changed since the initial budget presentation, so I'm not gonna go over every point that we've already discussed, as you've heard from various department heads, but I am gonna highlight on where some of those changes are. So if you go to 2 slides from now on the FY26 revenues with the pie chart. Thank you. So the revenue projections are largely the same. There's been no action yet as of yet by the legislature. But I do want to note that at the local aid hearing that was held on Monday this week, I believe Ways and Means heard loud and clear that communities are seeking consensus around the unrestricted general government aid and Chapter 70 final figures as soon as possible. So that request was made so that if there are changes prior to communities entering in town meeting, we can make those adjustments on the front end. Hopefully that was heard. I did have a separate conversation, but there's no changes there. The one item that has changed since originally presenting is the assessor's overlay, which isn't part of the revenues, but it kind of makes sense to come in here. Assessor's overlay, I had originally budgeted for $250,000, and they have reduced that amount to $175,000. Okay. And if we could just, I'm not going to go into any more detail on the revenue side of it tonight. I just kept those slides in there because this is going to be posted online for the public's edification. So if we could go into the free cash expenditure plan. Chris, it's slide number 11, if that's all right.
So this one?
No, the next one. One more, maybe 2 more. One more. There we go. That's the one. Okay, so here is one of the first changes of significance. I know some of you have been following along closely to various boards, committee, and commission meetings, and some have not. So for everyone's edification, the original expenditure of free cash has been changed so that considering the difficult financial year that especially the school system is undergoing, there is a proposed transfer of $500,000 of certified free cash to support the Lunenburg Public Schools in FY26. As we approach over the course of the next year, what may be a override figure for FY27. So this is a stopgap measure. In order to do that, the original appropriation that was going to be made under priority priority one to the general stabilization account has been reduced to zero. That was $100,000 original transfer. Based on our stabilization balance being over the 5% minimum threshold that's recommended, I do not feel as this is very risky this year. I think that we are safe to make that transfer of free cash this time. That said, I feel strongly that we should continue to meet our OPEB contribution. So I did keep the 10% of our certified free cash in the OPEB contribution, and then not making a transfer into any of the special purpose stabilization funds that originally was for $250,000. And if you go 2 slides from this, I'm going to talk about all of the free cash expenditures.
I'm just taking a note here, so
Yeah, take your time.
we have all night.
We do. No, we're not going till midnight tonight. All right, one more. There we go. All right, so this is the proposed at this time expenditure of free cash. $500,000 to the Lunenburg Public Schools for FY26 operating budget. There will be under this article, a motion that should a Proposition 2.5 override be successful, then I'm speaking of the petitioned article here, this transfer would not go forward. And I'm putting in, if you've looked at the summary, that is the suggestion that we would then make the normal transfers to stabilization accounts at fall town meeting. The next item is the special projects warrant article. Nothing has changed here. It's $152,500 for 3 projects, decommissioning a portion of TCP for $75,000. Board of Assessors, Department of Revenue Directive, it's $27,500. There are a number of items that the Board of Assessors need to undergo before the next full reevaluation, and this is to hire consultants to help them achieve that goal, and a cemetery road and network repair for $50,000. The next item, this has changed somewhat, are the FY 2025 transfers, total of $465,000.
Are they on the right side, or did I?
Yeah, you jumped. I was still on the one before.
Okay. I'm moving you along.
I'm talking fast, but I'll go faster. So snow and ice deficit. I do believe that this might be a slightly smaller figure at town meeting, but the 415,000 is what will be printed in the book. It's looking to be just south of 400,000, provided that there's no additional snow this season. And, again, with my spelling error, special education move-in of 50,000. I have asked the school if it's possible for them to further either reduce this figure or absorb this within their present FY 25 operating budget, which would allow this additional $50,000 to be transferred to supplement their FY 26 budget. It's ultimately this $50,000 is going to the school system, whether it's for FY 25 or FY 26, that's largely their choice. And the last item is we have removed a $36,250 reimbursement for a grant. We may bring that back on at the fall, but we want to do some more research about whether or not we have to repay that entire amount before just doing so. Next slide, please. Okay, so the FY 2026 capital program, $655,424. This is a different figure than was presented preliminarily to you. The reason for that is that the total capital program was being supported by 3 different funding sources. One was from free cash, 2 was from the reduction in amounts for debt service, and the 3rd is an FY 23 capital transfer. So as we needed to close the budget to restore some of the pavement management line, some of that funding shifted around. So that's slightly different, but the overall capital program has not changed. You see a new item for $10,000. This is not something that we have discussed prior with this board. And But on the town meeting warrant articles, you will see that there is a proposal to create what's called a compensated absences fund. This is a fund that we would have available should an employee separate from service, and we have liabilities that we need to pay out to that employee, namely vacation time. So if sometimes those separations are foreseen and we budget for them, and sometimes they are not. So this is a source to go in that instance. That money would roll over year after year, but I believe a modest amount of $10,000 is a good place to start. And if all of these appropriations are approved, that would leave us at $219,576 to start FY '27 free cash. That would be the beginning balance of free cash. Before we go on to expenditures, are there any questions?
I do, oh, I'm sorry, Jay,
Go ahead.
you have.
The compensated absence fund.
Yep.
Why wouldn't we just take that out of this salary reserve fund?
Because it's a mechanism, so compensated absences and salary reserve are two different things. So when we're creating the salary reserve fund, we are thinking about things like collective bargaining agreements that haven't been approved, raises, new positions. This is vacation and any other time that's owed to a person.
Paid time off.
PTO, correct. And it does also, the other key difference here is that it rolls over from year after year. So we put the $10,000 in the fund this year and it rolls, if we don't utilize it, that $10,000 remains, as opposed to if it was in the salary reserve, and then it would just roll to free cash and you'd have to reappropriate for the following year.
So historically, what have we done in the past?
I would imagine that historically in the past, you probably did interdepartmental transfers within the year, or a FinCom reserve transfer if there was one of substance, but you were probably transferring between budget lines within the year. This just gives a dedicated place for that.
How do you withdraw from this fund? You can just do it as town manager?
Correct. There's no
vote or?
No. We do have one known retirement this year. But if somebody were to separate from service tomorrow and they had 4 weeks of time that we owed to them, this would just be a place to go.
Will this
Is-
be a continuum? Oh, I'm sorry, go.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry.
No, I'm just kidding. I guess my only follow, is there an accounting best practice associated with how much should be in a fund like this? Or
I actually don't know the answer to that question. Do you? If not, we can certainly follow up.
Typically, the best practice is to do the calculation of all the PTO that's on the books of all active employees and do a worst case scenario. It typically is 10 to 15%.
Okay.
We haven't done that calculation. This was, Jen had brought it up at the last minute. So the 10,000, I think, is a good start, but starting next year, we should actually do the calculation going forward.
Sounds, thank you. Sorry.
Sorry, Chris. Will this be a continuum fund where if we use $2,000 this year, we'll start with 10 again next fiscal year? Will we always keep the same amount, or will it just dwindle down until we need to
It would, if we don't make, it would dwindle down unless we
Okay.
make another
So this is a
appropriation. Sure.
one-time one?
Yeah,
budget.
one time. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So, and to that one-time money, one-time thing.
On this item, I could be wrong, but isn't the PTO, the vacation part of our town employee salaries? Is there a maximum that they can transfer from year to year?
So it depends on what bargaining unit they belong to. It's a different amongst the organization, but yes, there are maximums. It's just not a one size fits all.
Okay, and so you can't give us any details of the max, because I'll tell you why I'm asking. I was under the impression it was not 5-10 years or, in limited amount.
No more than a couple. So typically, if an employee's been working for a number of years, they may have somewhere in the neighborhood on average of 4 to 5 years, 4 to 5 weeks on the books.
Right,
So we're talking weeks.
right,
I hope they don't have 4 to 5 years.
right. So what I'm a little confused about it is, help me with this one. Usually in the private world, when we do a reserve account for unpaid liabilities, for vacation or any other benefit, you do it based on your current value, so you can, pass that on your books from year to year. And the policy of, it's not that that amount keeps rolling up. But usually that account, that amount is associated with their cost, their salary cost. So if I have 4 weeks of vacation, maybe I'm a tenured employee, I have now 8 weeks of vacation, but that's part of my total salary. So when I come to the end of the year, usually private world will say, oh, Anna has used only 3 weeks. We're gonna put a liability reserve account, whatever you wanna call it, for 5 weeks. So then we can count that as an expense for that year. So anyway, so I'm trying to reconcile our practice with how, the logic on this, because usually PTO liability is embedded on the salary cost.
So, it's not, the way that we just budget that everybody is going to be working 52 weeks a year in their salary lines.
Okay.
I'll
So-
also say we don't have PTO. We have sick time and we have vacation time.
And
they-
personal days.
They
But-
accrue.
Right.
We can have large balances associated with those on an individual person.
Correct.
Right, but I thought the discretionary time was one that has a limit on it, or is it the sick time? I don't know. I did think there was a limit on it,
So
like you said.
it depends. So there's a limit on sick, and most employees don't get paid out sick at separation. So typically we're talking about vacation time that is compensatory to pay at the time of separation. But again, depending on the bargaining unit, there may be different amounts that folks are allowed to carry. So if you have 1 or 2 employees separating within any given year, it's not going to be an issue. If you have a number of employees who are separating in a given year, you may not be able to kind of move things around within to transfer. So especially as we're tightening up on the budget, in a number of areas that we're about to go into, it just has a space that's reserved so that it's a space to go if we can't make those transfers.
Okay. The other question that I have is the 50,000 that you have for the move-in special ed, that's the move from TCP to Turkey Hill Middle School?
No, this is a student, this is costs associated with students moving into district.
Well, I'm sorry, can you elaborate on that?
So that's
That's what
really-
I've been thinking.
So
and
so
that's
to elaborate on it further than that of what are the associated costs with the student and how many special education dollars are associated with move-ins this year, that's ultimately a question for the superintendent and the business manager. They have identified that there was unanticipated move-ins. They've already absorbed, I believe, about, last I heard, a little over $150,000 within their budget of those unanticipated costs. This is above and beyond that to kind of close that gap for FY '25.
Oh, so this is a FY 25.
25.
Okay, that makes sense then. The last question is, have you discussed with the superintendent how the $500,000 of free cash will be used?
So, somewhat. Ultimately, that is going to be a decision of the school committee. What I have said, and I'm happy to share publicly, is that one, that I would like that any unemployment costs that are associated with potential layoffs in the school district be absorbed within that $500,000, so that we're not increasing our unemployment line further. And 2 is, I have urged that folks reconsider restoring the school business manager position to a school business manager.
Okay, and that's the information you have about how they're planning to use the 500,000?
Yeah, I do not believe that the school committee has formally met and decided what they're going to be restoring, as far as to my knowledge, with this money.
Okay.
And there'll be a new superintendent, so there's also
Right.
potentially other things at play.
Well, it's the school committee budget, so superintendent makes a recommendation. But anyway, it's okay. It was a question.
There'll be a new school committee too, with 3 new members. So
Anyway, it was a question. Thank you very much.
You're
That's
welcome.
all I have for now.
One more question.
Okay,
The compensated absence fund again. If somebody separates, we budget X amount of dollars for the salary per year. So if someone leaves and they've only been here 6 months or 8 months, is there money left over in the salary budget?
Sure. So it depends on who separates. If you have a person that's retiring
Mhm.
and they're separating at the top end and we're hiring somebody that's newer, then you don't have to worry about looking for that money to transfer in. But if you have somebody that's separating, that's on the lower end of the step and grade system, and then you're filling them with somebody from maybe another community that has more experience, it's not, you're not always saving money, but if there's a position, if you fill the position immediately, you're not saving money, but if the position, now, Jay. But if if it takes a number of months to fill the position, then yes, that's where you're going and using that yearly transfer to cover that. It's just a safety cushion if we can't cover it within the budget.
Okay.
It's $10,000, Jay.
If it just sits there, it's just sitting there. It's not available to be used.
It is earning.
It's rolling
interest,
over.
right?
It is earning interest. No? Would it earn interest?
We will have to, open an account because it's a separate fund, it's a special purpose funds. So we'll have to open an account. It will earn interest like our other stabilization funds.
Can I just ask one little quick thing? The 2.25 million here, the starting free cash, is that, I mean, could you call that starting FY 2026 starting free cash?
So the 219,000? Is that,
No.
No, the 2.2 million.
oh, that is what we have currently certified as available certified free cash. That's what we have right now, that we could expect.
So after all expenditures, we're down to 219,000 to start 2027.
And so as we close out the books on this fiscal year, any revenues that were in addition to what we anticipated, unexpended budget lines, those, and then there's a number of deductions, that all gets balanced out. Ezekiel submits that to the state, including this, whatever the starting free cash is. And then we get, usually in about October, November, we get our certified free cash for the next year.
It could be appropriated at special town meeting.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. So if we want to go down to expenditures, please. Is it up? Okay. It's just slow over there.
Yeah.
All right. So first, I want to address, as there's been a number of comments, good, positive comments and critical comments about the movement that we're doing within budget lines. So just to explain that a little bit. So first, the Budget Task Force, one of their recommendations was to standardize and improve workflow for town finances, specifically to implement standardized department reporting and consolidate the chart of accounts. I think I had heard the interim town manager talk at nauseum about the chart of accounts being overcomplicated. So some of these moves are to make that chart of accounts more simplified. Two is that the changes were made in conformance with the Uniform Massachusetts Accounting System, which is a manual for cities, towns, school districts on their budget lines. There will never be a perfect time to make these changes. I know this is a difficult budget year. Next year is not going to be any easier, but this will hopefully give us a little bit more flexibility within the year as we move things around. I'm working on a document which I've shared with you. That's going to be the public facing document that goes out. That's to replace this document that's in your budget books. I am looking for, when I finalize that feedback, if folks think that could be made more clear to voters, I am looking for your feedback on that. But that is the rationale. And as we go through, I'll be highlighting some of those changes. So next slide, please. General government, as we go through these different categories, these major categories, these line up if you want to follow along with your spreadsheets that are in front of you or not, but they follow in that order. So general government has a whole host of different departments. It's largely your town hall and Ritter functions. Select board, town manager, finance committee, 2 accounts that have been moved into general government from general government unclassified were the reserve fund and the salary reserve. Then normally we go back to town accountant, assessors, treasurer, collector, IT, clerk, elections, registrations. We have a new category of land use this year that consolidates the functions of the planner, economic development, ZBA, Conservation Commission, as well as the building commissioner, who, when we get to it, you'll see the building commissioner, and this is a perfect example of why we're doing this. The building commissioner's salary was under what was called other protection under public safety. And the building commissioner works directly in the land use department. So that's, I think, one of the best highlights of why we're making some of these moves. Architectural preservation, town reports, central purchasing, and physicals have all been moved. Central purchasing was its own category, and town reports and physicals were in unclassified. So next slide, please. Lines that have been moved out or moved under lines within the general government. The audit has been moved under the accountant as opposed to a standalone line, but there's no changes there. Banking charges have been moved under treasurer within general government. Legal expenses moved to the town manager. And as I stated, land use now encompassing planning, building, Concom, and ZBA. Next slide, please. So the total general government budget proposed for FY26 is $2,962,263.14. I'm going to highlight as we go through just kind of the major changes in any of these budgets. There was a $10,000 increase to our legal line. Our legal expenses are, we are on a contract. It's not hourly. It's probably one of the best contracts for legal that I've seen, where it's unlimited, but it is going up. The $50,000 grant manager position. That position, as the Finance Committee is aware, has remained unfilled or unutilized. It's not a real position, it's a contract position, but unutilized for FY 2025. And I do know that there might be some use by the Parks Commission as we go forward, but that line has been eliminated to restore the pavement management line.
If I may on that one, the reason that is that Heather was supposed to come up with a policy for how to use it.
Mhm.
That never happened.
Correct.
Carter dragged his feet on it. And now here we are 3/4 of the way through the year, and we're not applying for all the grants. I don't think we have a line of sight on what all the grants we should be applying for. And this body was the one that recommended establishing grant services, not a position, like you said, grant services. So I don't think it's a good idea to get rid of this one.
So this originally was not being cut at all in the preliminary budget. In fact, we were talking about ways to expand this position because we really are, in my opinion, lacking in contract management and grant management, in addition to potentially the need to research and write additional grants. However, this is a direct result as the restoration of the pavement management line. Direct result. So this is a 1-for-1 on there.
I would prefer to keep this and take $50,000 more from Chapter 90. That's well over 2 million at this point, and fund it over the next 5 years, potentially at over $600,000 a year, than to eliminate this position and this service, and really start to go out and identify where grants are. We get capital planning, no indication of whether grants are available for things. We make decisions lacking insight and knowledge. And I think as a result, the thought behind this is if those services were available, it would have a return on investment.
I don't disagree with that there would be a return ROI here. But again, I had a pretty clear directive to restore the pavement management line as high as possible. It's not, when we get there, it's not back to the 550. It's up to 279, but this was directly proportionate to that.
Clear directive from whom?
both this body and the select board to restore. I heard pretty clearly from you the first time I presented that pavement, except for Tanya, that pavement management should be restored and that there was great pride in the roads and a lot of money spent through a prior borrowing to get them, and there was to where they are, and there was substantial concern about potential degradation if we weren't to keep that level of funding. So we went through and made a number of cuts in order to restore that.
I would prefer to take 50,000 more out of the current state of pavement management and restore this 50,000.
I think if we wanted to have a conversation about bringing down free cash a little bit more and using $50,000 in free cash for this, so it's not operational and it's one time in nature, and see how it works with opening up a program where we can actually advertise it and see how it's utilized and what the benefit is as a pilot. I think that I'm willing to have a conversation around that
Well,
as a means.
let me say one more thing. Do you think you'll get to a position where you can have a policy and a rules of the road, if you standard operating procedures for how to use 50,000 next year?
For July 1? You bet. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I don't think we would have any issue with how to hire folks, share it, who gets to use the grant writer, who doesn't. Certainly I shouldn't be utilizing the grant writer, right? The planner whose job is largely to write a lot of grants. They shouldn't be using the grant writer, but should elected boards or appointed board committees and commissions maybe get priority there? Sure. I mean, I think, so if we were to restore it with free cash as a pilot, I don't have any hesitation that we could put out a program around.
Okay.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Oh,
We were previously funding pavement management $50,000 from excise tax. What is the revenue source from excise tax?
I have heard this stated before, but there is no direct appropriation from excise tax to pavement management. That may have been
But we-
stated,
Sure.
but there is, you and I had a conversation about this previously. I have reviewed the motions. There is nothing legally in the motions. There was no transfer from revenues from excise tax to the pavement management program, none.
Where'd the 550,000 come from?
Where did that number come from?
I assume that was budgeted every year, but it
So
was increasing.
So
from-
550,000 was not a static number year over year. The goal was to get to $1 million over time by increasing it by $50,000 every year.
Right.
That funding just came from the general pool of raise and appropriate as everything else. There was no sub motion within that to go from motor vehicle excise tax. It just comes from the levy.
So what is our excise tax revenue per year?
Hold on a moment. I can tell you what on our previous presentation had what we estimate our local receipts to be for excise tax. Okay, we are projecting $1,875,000 in FY '26 excise tax.
So if we took $50,000 from excise tax, what would that affect?
Then we need to take $50,000 from somewhere else in the budget. There's no special, the excise tax is a part of local receipts.
Yes.
So the local receipts coupled with the state aid, coupled with the taxation, all come into the available revenues, and then appropriations are made from available revenues at town meeting. So if we are to take $50,000 from there, we need to reduce $50,000 elsewhere in the budget. It's not like there's a reserve fund of excise tax that's set aside. It's all used.
I guess what Jay's saying is it's more of a, what was represented to us, it was more of a budget practice than anything else. So.
And I can't speak to
No,
why that representation was made, but there's just simply not, it wasn't a 1-for-1 from excise
No,
tax.
I understand. I think when we got our pavement excluded borrowing, there was a plan overall created on how we were going to fund it. And on the overall budget practice was to, you know, before you allocate any money from receipts, to always reserve 50,000 for that. And that was the budget practice. That's all we're
And
referring
to that, I would comment that at that time, there wasn't unprecedented long-term inflationary pressures and crippling school budget pressures across the Commonwealth. So we are living in a very different time than that. Unless that was in 2009, 2008, 2009, things have changed substantially.
So DPW director has a pretty detailed assessment of the roads that was just done. I think he can look at inflation trend
Yep.
over the next 10 years. I think we should assess what is the right number, given where we are with the exclusion that we had for pavement management and the build up to the level we had and the increases in chapter 90. You know, what should be the, you know, the budget, operating budget line that is associated with that.
And just anecdotally, I read that report recently, and when I saw what our pavement condition index was, which is, I believe it's about an 85, I had to share that with a colleague of mine who's the deputy commissioner of the Worcester DPW. And I said, what would you say if I said to you our PCI was 85? And he responded, I would say to you that you probably have the highest PCI in the Commonwealth.
We get a trophy?
You know, we'll take the W where we take the W.
Well, one thing I'll say is that we probably have that, we have been told that, but that has been because we have had a policy and a practice of funding pavement management, and it's paying off. We shouldn't simply walk away from all those practices without doing what Chris have said.
And so respectfully, we are on general government, and when we get to DPW, we'll see that we are funding it at the same level that it was funded last year. Okay, so. All right, so the $50,000 grant manager position, we talked about that. There was a $15,000 decrease in the reserve fund. You originally had $200,000 last year in the FinCom reserve fund. It was decreased to 185, I think, for the transfer for the town manager search. But I feel that $185,000 is a safe level for the reserve fund.
I'll say that I've been on the board for 5 years. Jay's been on more. In the 5 years, this is the only year that I recall someone coming for reserve funds. So it does seem to me that it is wise for us to have ample reserve funds because of the unknowns and the tightness of the budgets where inner line transfers are not, you know, as able to occur. So.
So the 15,000, again, this is in direct proportion to restoring that pavement management
Okay,
line.
no, I understand.
So, but I do think 185,000 on a budget of this size is relatively healthy. You currently have, I believe, 53,000 and change left in your reserve fund right now. I know there's about $11,000 to $12,000 requests that may be forthcoming. But if we can stay on a similar trajectory,
Okay.
I
Yeah,
think
no, I
we'll be all
understand.
right.
Yeah.
So the next item is the salary reserve fund. That's at $210,000. For folks that aren't aware, we are going to be negotiating the collective bargaining agreement with the police department for July 1, 2026. And the DPW has changed affiliations with their bargaining units. So they are joining the Teamsters, and they have been out of contract since June 30, 2024. So I anticipate that we will have a new contract for them for July 1, 2025, although it's at this point likely going to be a retro. But that houses the funds to hopefully cover both of those collective bargaining agreements increases, as well as the COLA, if voted, for SAP employees. Just a moment about that COLA. Let me turn my volume off because I'm getting emails. I had originally put for SAP employees, the COLA at 2.5%. After announcing that last week, I had pretty strong response from our non-bargaining member unit employees that they felt that there was not parity between the folks in the clerical union and the folks in the SAP. My response to that is ultimately that I believe that we need to finish the job that we've attempted 2 times so far, which is to complete a classification and compensation study. And that, giving a 5% increase would result in town meeting voters and others feeling like we really solved this issue this year if we were to give that similar increase without solving the fundamental problem, which is the classification and compensation plan. So that said, they did say, well, it would go a long way if you considered 3% as opposed to 2.5%. The additional cost there was $7,000 to across the organization. So I did feel as though that was reasonable. So my suggested COLA for the SAP employees is 3% this year.
Good time for a public service announcement that there is no personnel committee right yet, so we
None.
need at least 3 volunteers for a 5-member body. So
I have a question. You said that you thought a 5% increase was too much 1 year. What is the compounded increases they have received over the past 5 years
For SAP employees,
for the one that you reduced? Yeah.
I didn't reduce, I didn't,
Well, you changed from 5% to 3%.
no.
Okay.
No, so what the the clerical union employees have roughly a 5% increase in their contract.
Okay.
What the SAP employees were saying is if they have that increase, we want that increase.
Okay.
That was not on the table for me because I don't think that's the answer for what they're seeking, which is a readjustment, realignment within the compensation classification plan. We have a very large compensation plan with a large number of grades that don't have many positions within the grades, so it makes it very difficult to grade an employee. And then you get a real there's not enough distance between the grades, I guess. So that's the fix. So I had proposed a 2.5% COLA for the SAP employees.
Oh, for the SAP. Okay. we're talking
SAP
about-
employees.
Okay.
And based on their response and saying that the 3% would go a long way and it only having an associated cost was $7,000, I thought that that was reasonable.
So what would have been the 5%?
My assistant town manager is going to be presenting that to the select board on Tuesday, but I believe it was somewhere in the $40,000 range. Is that right, roughly?
It was about 35 to 40, depending on retirements and things, but we had anticipated about 40,000.
The other item with that is we did not a professional, but we did a salary survey internally. We did a salary survey out to our comp towns, our comp communities. And what that supported and showed is only that we do need to do a compensation classification plan because some employees were compensated right within market, right on market, didn't warrant an adjustment other than a COLA. Some employees are under market and some employees are slightly over market. So just increasing the whole grid by 5% doesn't fix any of those internal inconsistencies or lack of parity.
I'll make a comment and then we don't need to rehash it further. It's just, we have had a problem in town over the past few years fulfilling some positions in town. And over the past year, and we haven't had a personnel board. And over the past few years, we've been trying to push it and, address some of the needs, some of the things that the SAP employees have asked. I would be, I don't want us to go back to what it was 2.5 years ago with a lot of openings, people leaving, left and right. And so I would just, I'll look forward to seeing the assistant town manager presentation and maybe I'll have comments after that, but that's just my comment.
Yeah, I am going to comment back to that because I think that you can, you have to support salaries based on data. And that data did not support the 5% increase. And we don't have the data because it's been attempted twice and failed twice to redo the compensation classification plan. In talking to the employees, I think that they understand that the interim town manager did make some strides in the fall town meeting to improve the SAP, allowing folks to be hired at a higher grade, making some changes there that make us more an attractive workplace. But the last kind of comment on that is that, again, just like there's nothing special about Lunenburg facing financial difficulties this year, there's nothing special about attracting, recruiting, and retaining qualified municipal employees. The name of the game in this business is poach from your neighbors who pay a little less. All right. So IT department, our IT department is largely outsourced now to SUSER IT. So there is one staff member that does support them professionally, and she also is responsible for all communications, so all of the social media, website, any of those upgrades. So there is an increase to 32 hours. She already has been working increased hours under ARPA funds. And so this is to bring her permanently up to those hours. If we don't do that, you will see a reduction in that level of communication to the public. Here there were a lot of internal lines that moved around. Things got moved from central purchasing into IT that belong in IT, and some items got moved out of IT that don't belong in IT. But the total increase here is $104,089.17. It's not, because of that movement, it's not a net increase of that amount necessarily. And we are going to try to see if we can reduce over the course of the year the number of days that our consultant is in-house. He's here presently 5 days a week, almost like a staff member. He feels very much like a staff member, but we are going to try to see if we can wean a little bit as we go forward down to 4 days a week, have employees do some self-service on troubleshooting things themselves, and see if we can loosen that up.
So under your, we are increasing the line.
Gotta get the paper.
Sure. The expenses under IT department expenses.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's not a line. That section of the budget, we're increasing by 166,000.
Yep.
And that does not include the position going full-time.
No, so the position was already full-time. She was already over the 19
Okay.
hours, but it's just an increase in hours. But
Okay.
so that is, so up above, you see a big reduction in, are you looking at the detailed sheet?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
I
perfect.
always look at detail.
Okay, so you see a big reduction, the $79,000 decrease
Yep,
in the salary. That was our internal network IT administrator.
that you eliminated.
So that's eliminated.
Okay,
And then if you go down to contracted services where you have that big increase of 134,000, it was 25,000. It then got increased or budgeted to 66,000. And so now the new contract is 159, but I believe that that's being, SUSER right now is being offset by ARPA funds in this current fiscal year. I believe, no?
Oh, no, not with ARPA funds. A portion of the contract, yes, previously for the first half of the year.
Oh,
because we
that-
did it. Sorry,
I mean.
not going forward. That's
No, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. I meant that you're not seeing total cost in that budgeted line this year because Suzer's contract is being supported by ARPA for the present fiscal year.
Okay, and which line is that? Purchase of sale or?
So it's,
contract?
that's contracted services. So the contract for this year, the total contract is 159,285.
So that is the cost. It's not that it's not, there was an increase.
That's the cost.
That's the cost last year. For FY 25, the cost was actually 159.
No, so,
FY 26.
no, so FY 26 is 159,285. Okay,
And
FY 25 budgeted was 25,000.
Right?
Then it was increased to 66,203, but that does not include the ARPA funds that are offsetting it.
Okay, and that's my question.
Yeah.
FY 26 is 159. And it's represent that way because ARPA fund is not here, but
Yes.
because my question was going to be, what are the extra services we are receiving? But we are not, it's just that line item was offset by a different revenue source.
That's correct.
Okay, so. Okay. That's, so I just have what is included in that contracted services? Is there a way that maybe afterwards we can get a description of?
Oh, sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
it can be afterwards.
Yeah.
Because it's a,
Fine.
like overall, this department that we mostly contract out is now close to $500,000. And I just, this is a good practice, I think, the contracted amount, it's about 440,000. So it's just good to know
Well-
what you're getting for those contracts.
So, but
that
above
breaks
the biggest part of that line is the 204,000. And that's all the software contracts, not the people contracts.
Right. So
So you want a sub detail of the purchase services and you want a sub detail of.
I just want to know, what are we buying for $442,000?
Got it.
Because that line keeps increasing, like even the purchase of service, they said the software, it's increasing by almost 20%.
Correct. That's,
So if I could just get a breakdown of that, what that is. that would be
Sure.
great. Thank you.
all right. Next slide, please. So continuing on with general government, we had about a $7,400 decrease to elections as it's not a presidential election year, and so the costs are substantially reduced. The next line, we reduced architectural preservation district line by 4,500. This is a line that was recently created and is just not being used. So I think that if they have expenses and they need to come forward, we can discuss it, but it was another place to find that additional payment management line. And last is central purchasing. So central purchasing was its own standalone category. As I stated previously, it's been incorporated up under general government. It shows a small increase because here, some of those items were moved out of this line to IT where they really belong. But it shows an increase. If you look in the sublines, it shows an increase because every single department's postage has been moved into central purchasing. So there's, instead of, the treasurer's running over in postage and the town clerk's running under and having to transfer from one to the other, it's just postage. We just have a postage line now.
I have a question.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
No,
One advantage of having postage under separate departments is that you could watch for different expenses on different, there are different departments that use postage more than others, and they should. Do you have a process for tracking that?
we do. So our machine, you have to put in your departmental code, and so that apportions out the departmental codes. And then if somebody is, let's say, not using the mail machine to put the postage on, but they're using either, like for the town meeting mailer, we're using a mailing house.
Right.
Or going to the mail to make a certified mailing. Those will all still be accounted for from where they come, how they come and get drawn
Okay.
from that line.
you have a plan.
And
I could have just said yes, Anna.
I know.
who's running and monitoring those detailed listing reports that you pull for departments, individual? You're the one? Perfect.
So with the process, the way it's currently happening, every quarter we run a report from our machine, who's using what. And the payment to the company goes from central purchasing, but they have to transfer from their lines to the central purchasing line in order for the check to be distributed. This cuts out the middle person, but we're still monitoring the usage on the other end. So if someone comes in, they're ordering 500 Christmas cards that were never there before, we're going to see.
They better not.
Thanks.
All right. So next up is police. $2,434,772.47. Overall, there's actually, on the bottom of this balance sheet, you'll see that there's a reduction here. We know that that's not really a reduction to our police budget because again, those salary increases aren't living in the budget yet. They're living in the salary reserve. But just to reiterate, we do have contract negotiations going on. I am very close to formally announcing our permanent police chief, and I believe that there will be an adjustment there in salary. We had talked about how there were 2 K-9 handlers and only one was being compensated in accordance with the Fair Labor Standards Act, so we are now compensating both. We did make small decreases to training lines. The chief, I think, the interim chief had talked about the Milo training program, and he thinks that there's going to be some savings there with both being able to do things on shift and not having to backfill and not having to use as much munitions. We did eliminate the motorcycle lease. The motorcycle lease is set to expire in October. And it's already been paid through October. So this was another area where I went around looking for funds to restore the pavement management plan. And this was an area that was decreased. And then there was a small reduction in the overtime lines based on actuals.
What was the thought about the motorcycle? Was there any decrease in service, things that they won't be able to do that they
So-
without it?
Yeah, so it can be useful in some of the community type events for traffic control, but it's not critical path. And so this reduction was really born from calling department heads and saying, where can I cut? Where can I cut from your budget? And this was proffered by the interim chief. Okay. Next is fire, which there's not a whole lot to say here, but it's $1,744,587.91. Again, to reiterate, this does not include the proposal to a 4th shift, 42-hour work week. I believe as we get through this town meeting and march on to FY27, which I have said is going to start about May 15th, maybe, give ourselves a little bit time off, but in earnest, we will be starting this summer on the FY27 budget and planning for that override. I would be very surprised to see that this isn't part of an override package, is that 4th shift. And just 2 lines were combined here for flexibility between EMS equipment and supply.
You combine those 2 lines, but you reduce the budget or the budget request? Let me see. There's a lot.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay, yep.
Okay.
Well,
Hold on,
I think it's the revised budget was 25,000
Oh, okay.
for one of the lines. So you combined to 34, but I don't know.
So the,
Just make sure the chief
yeah.
is happy.
yeah, he's good. So sometimes the revised budgets are informative and predictive as what the next year's budget should be. And sometimes it's really to cover some kind of outlier thing within a certain year and shouldn't be what we're basing our ongoing budgeting from.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, one last question. Do you know when that when is the fire contract up for negotiation?
Not this year.
Not up.
So I would imagine, because they didn't just finish, and it has to be for FY27.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up is other public safety. This was formerly called other protection. The total here is $368,488.90. It includes now consolidated under other protection is the radio watch line. That was a standalone category. It also includes the inspector of weights and measures, emergency management and animal control. And the line that has been moved out is the building inspector, who has been moved to land use under the general government line. But there are no changes, other than movements of things. There are no changes of note here. I will comment, actually, I say that and then I changed my mind. So we did accept into the, I think last time I was before you presenting on the budget, we were talking about regional dispatch potentially accepting the community of Hudson and how that would positively impact the budget. Hudson has now been accepted into our regional dispatch agreement. So instead of seeing an increase here, we saw a pretty flat budget for dispatch. There is ongoing communications within that group about bringing on more communities, but the right communities to make sure that we can continue to provide robust dispatch, but maintain fiscal conservancy, and by bringing on those small towns who maybe are running dispatch in-house. All right. Next is education. I don't have any real details here, so please save those questions. But the total education budget is $27,121,995. For FY '26 for the Lunenburg Public Schools, this is a total of $25,787,474. That figure does not include the $500,000 free cash transfer that we talked about. So the 500,000 would be above and beyond that. To show the growth, the FY '25 town manager recommended budget was $23,910,908. There was the, override of $948,136, bringing that to $24,850,044. And then at special town meeting, there was a small transfer of $31,882. So the increase that of $904,098 is over the adjusted FY '25 Lunenburg Public School budget. So after both the override and after the small increase at special town meeting, it's a $904,098 increase for 3.64%. And the Monty Tech budget is $1,334,521, a pretty substantial increase at 8.88% for $108,875. Okay, Department of Public Works, we did have some movements here. Some are just name changes. So highway labor is now highway administration. General highway maintenance is now highway construction and maintenance. We have snow removal, traffic signs and devices, vehicle maintenance. The recycling program was formerly a standalone category and has now been brought up under DPW. As folks are aware, the pay-as-you-throw program supports the solid waste component of this budget. And this is just the recycling only piece that's included in the operating. We also have cemetery and tree removal here.
Can I just make you're very fast on this, good job. You made a comment and I just want to highlight that because I think this is a good budget practice. For all line items that you have a change, you are showing from the original budget to the FY '26.
From FY '25.
Original budget.
Original budget,
To
yes.
FY '26.
Correct.
That's a really good practice. I do understand why for the school budget, you changed because it was an override that was target.
Yep.
But generally speaking, I think we should always show the budget from the original form that was voted at town meeting.
Correct. Yeah, so the school budget is the only budget that we're comparing against the modified budget because that really, those modifications were really the
Town meeting
FY
event,
it's
yeah.
encompassing the FY '25.
No, I'm
budget, yeah.
just saying, it's
Yeah.
good budget practice.
All right, so next slide. So the total Department of Public Works budget is $2,476,953.29. As I have stated, they are out of a contract, so it does not represent any salary adjustments for the employees there. The $550,000 pavement management line, that was the amount that was originally cut to zero, has been restored to 279,000. So why 279,000? Well, you'll see that the FY '25 amount of Chapter 90 funds was 418,000 and change. And we received notification that if a bond bill is approved, but it's looking like and sounding like from the newspaper articles that it will be, that Lunenburg's Chapter 90 amount for this year is $690,660. So that's a substantial increase. So we're keeping the total pavement management between Chapter 90 and the budgeted amount level. But thankfully, the state is supplying us some additional funds there. The drainage line was increased by 15,000. Again, originally I had come before you saying that we were going to increase the snow and ice budget this year so that we're not trying to chase such a big delta next year for closing out that deficit, but we've brought it back down to level services to restore some lines. And there is a small increase in the $5,000 to the fire vehicle line. We are consistently having overruns in that line. Okay, next slide is facilities and building, a total of $1,067,396.30. There is a roughly $15,000 increase in utility and maintenance lines across the buildings. I will note that the school department is planning to vacate TCP as of June 30, and we received $27,000 in revenue from the school department for use of that structure. And now that no longer are going to be using it, we are no longer going to be seeing that revenue, and that revenue directly supports facilities. So we have supplemented by the same amount within the operating budget. So there's not a decrease there.
Where did that money used to go to in terms of facility? Did it offset the
Did it go into
budget?
a revolving?
Or do we have a revolving account for facilities?
$27,000.
Yeah, it goes into a revolving fund. And then what happens at year end, if there's a deficit in the facilities line for those buildings, we could do a transfer. Because it's a direct one-to-one correlation.
Was that revolving account exclusively used because of the income coming from TCP?
Correct.
Is that revolving account going to go away now?
No, there's still a small amount of income. The PEG Access Committee are still using that building.
Okay.
As of right now, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, they are.
Okay.
We have no place for them to go right now.
Yeah, revolving accounts, they don't fall under a lot of revision from town meeting or here.
Right.
So it's really, it can be a good tool and it can be a tool of doom. So, it's just important, anyway, so that's why I asked, sorry.
Nope, good questions. And then there was a $10,000 increase on our landscaping contract. Next slide, we have a new category called human services. There were other categories that have been consolidated that were standalone categories into this. So human services is a total of $478,242.76 and encompasses health services, what's now, I think it was called general health before, we're now calling it health services, which includes general health, that's the Board of Health admin and Board of Health costs, Neshoba Health, which is our outsourced health provider, again, by being part of that program, huge cost saver for the community, and Neshoba Nursing. Then there is another new subcategory entitled Special Programs. That was formerly called, I think it was Social Services or, hold on one sec. Ezzy, you can jump in if you know it right off the top of your head. Let me see. It was not on the street. assistance, public assistance. So public assistance is now special programs. And that includes the Council on Aging and Veteran Services. And if you go to the next slide, we can talk about those changes there. Council of Aging has an increase of $31,059.46. This supports increasing one position up to, an increase up to 36 hours. And the two kitchen assistants that were being supported by the formula grant, which cannot be supported by the formula grant, have been brought into the operating budget. There was a 10-hour-a-week position of part-time outreach worker that has been eliminated. The thought here is that that position can function with volunteers based on what they're doing, and a small increase to programs, $3,000.
This is in line with what Deb asked for.
Correct.
Okay.
And Deb and I had discussions about how to make this work, and it was through mutual agreement that the part-time outreach worker elimination was the best way to make this kind of all work.
So was a person eliminated or just a position?
So the person and the position were eliminated. The person was planning to retire anyways in the fall. So, but we did talk, if she changes her mind, how there's other opportunities within the organization where we can find a home.
So
She actually likes minutes. So just saying, she really likes drafting minutes.
Can you just lose the minutes?
Oh, I've lost a whole executive assistant. So,
I know, but just on minutes. I think one of the minutes.
yeah, Andrea Mastra Totoro. I think she was supporting Parks Commission. So we did talk about that 10-hour-a-week job for her. We pitched it.
Okay.
okay, so the full-time mill site, it's just salary staff. It's probably the 44,000 and okay, I mean, makes sense.
Oh, okay.
I was just reviewing.
Okay, and then the Veteran Services benefit line was reduced by $22,275. This is not reducing any Chapter 115 benefits that any of our veterans are actually receiving, and does leave us enough room for, in the case that an additional person qualifies for benefits or moves into the community. And if there's a whole host of folks that we need to account for that we're not, we'll have to do an adjustment at a future time. But based on trends, I think that we will be fine there making that reduction.
And that's in line with the request.
So she knew in advance of making her presentation to you that I was cutting that line. And so there's just, I mean, if you don't have anybody who's utilizing the Chapter 115 benefits, they're just sitting there and they turn back to free cash or become a place for transfers.
Also, this is one of the lines that gets mostly refunded to the town,
Mhm.
just,
Reimbursed.
Was-
We get reimbursed.
Yes, we do get, so we, not only do we get reimbursed, but we're also turning back funds from this line.
right. Why not, manage some of these accounts through like, a revolving account, and I just criticized them. But, because that way you can set up a line item that you think it's going to be the one that you use, and then there is a built-in
I
reserve.
think it's
versus-
because I believe, and I don't know if Ezzy knows, but I think it's because of the delay in the reimbursement is a number of months behind. I don't know if you know
Okay.
that. Is that?
Yeah, so I don't typically see any other towns that have a revolving fund for veteran benefits. I think, like Jen just said, there's a delay in the reimbursement. It could be several months and you don't want a deficit spend on a revolving account. Here you appropriate and any reimbursement goes back into the general fund, which is essentially where it's coming from anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Although just to your general revolving fund questions, there have been conversations that are not ready for prime time about ambulance receipts revolving accounts. So,
I mean, not that someone brought this up a few months ago.
all right, the
We can
next,
fund this fire department like the first year, just with money that's floating up there.
the next slide is culture and recreation. Again, this is a new category that consolidates several categories up inside of it. It's total budget of $639,036.70. It includes band concerts. The library budget, I know that there was a little bit of confusion on the library's request and then what I gave the library versus what the interim town manager had provided for a figure. So to be clear on that, this, the library does include 100 extra floating hours for the library director to use as warranted, but does not include the additional $18,000 a year position to cover the teen room. And the historical commission has been reduced by $2,000, which is more in line with actual expenditures. Again, if there's a need, we can find a source.
I just want to make a comment. When the library director was here and he asked for the extra librarian, the librarian assistant, he said, you know, generally speaking, they just want to have 3 people there. So, you know, like, we just gotta, you know exactly. I think when they're there, people usually serve in multiple functions, not like we are not funding the team room, is my point.
Correct. And thank you for clarifying that.
Because that matters.
Yes, it does matter. So we are, for those in the public that don't know about libraries, we have a required minimum aid requirement where we have to support the library at a certain level, or else we do not qualify for the CW Mars program for interlibrary loans. And we are well above that minimum here in Lunenburg.
Yes, we are.
So culture and recreation does not include recreation, contrary to the name.
But facilities, which you would never believe includes recreation, does. All right, next up is maturing debt. We've talked about this a little bit. We have a decrease of $393,881 this year as debt is being paid down. So these numbers have changed a little bit in order to balance out the remainder of the budget, but of that reduction, $244,576 is being used to support the FY26 capital programming, and the remainder is supporting the operating budget. Again, that's not a good financial practice, but we're doing what we need to do to make it work.
This is both regular and
All debt, yes. Yep.
Oh, this is all that?
Yep. Inside debt and, yeah, so it non-excluded inside debt and excluded debt, outside debt.
okay, and the $2.5 million is the amount of principal and interest associated with that debt for this year.
For this year. Correct. All right, next is another new category called intergovernmental assessments. I'm going to stop on this one for a minute and talk about the sheet that is typically included. You don't have it in your packets, but the sheet that is typically included in your handout. So when folks get to, and I'm sure there was good reason that it was done this way, so I'm not being critical of it. I'm just saying I'm changing it. So when you get to the page, the last page of the handout, it has a total omnibus figure on it. And then if you were to flip to the next page, you have a revenue and expenditure apportionment, which is very small, that's at town meeting. You don't have this in front of you. This is in your usual books. This is in your town meeting handout. What wasn't living inside the omnibus budget that is sizable, that was living on that other sheet, is the Worcester County retirement. So that was living outside the omnibus budget for some reason. I have brought that directly into the omnibus budget, and it is now inside intergovernmental assets. So that is a substantial line. It will look as though there is a substantial increase to the total omnibus, but it's not. It's just that it was outside of the total omnibus. So the total, that line alone is $2,392,572. So last year it was $2,127,801, and that was never in that bottom omnibus figure. So the increase here is $264,771, 12.4%. We have this is non-discretionary. We have no say in the matter, but is obviously a substantial increase. You look like you have a question. No?
And this is retirement for all.
All employees.
All current employees?
No, all
All-
retirees
All retirees, okay.
But
from
all
town and school.
from town and school.
Did you have a question?
It went up 12%, did you say?
Mhm. So I think that as you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think that there was a standard of Worcester County retirement was going up 10% every year. And then Governor Baker had signed a one-year COLA a couple years back, and they polled all the member communities, and it was going to affect retirees for that year only, but we have to pay back the addition for like 15 some odd years, and so that's why it's above 10%, I believe. Does that sound accurate?
I believe it's gonna keep going through 2029. They have to reach a certain threshold to recoup.
For a one-time adjustment for retirees, but moving on. So this intergovernmental line also includes the state assessments, the cherry sheet assessments, and the Montechusett Regional Planning Commission assessment, which was formerly under general government unclassified, which we will now move on to. So general government unclassified, it now includes Worcester workers' compensation, unemployment compensation, employee retiree insurance, and liability insurance. There have been a number of items that we've discussed previously, but just to go over, that have been removed from this line. So physicals, town reports, that Montechusett Regional Planning Assessment, Historical Commission, band concerts, reserve fund, and salary reserve fund. So those have all been moved out. The total budget for general government unclassified for FY '26 is $4,107,709.13. It's been pretty loudly broadcast that our health insurance increase was 14.84%. That line has not, you'll notice, increased proportionally. We have about a 7% increase there. And the reason why is because this was one of those areas where there was an intentional buffer to supply transferability and to allow for certified free cash. So that's my belief. I didn't talk to the former town manager, but that is my strong belief that this is typically how that line is budgeted, with some extra room for those reasons. So we are reducing that room substantially by not increasing this line proportionally. Medicare, we have a $24,000 increase here. Slight decrease in workers' compensation. And again, I do want to thank the former town manager for negotiating on general liability insurance, because we had a rate guarantee and we have 0% increase for our general liability insurance. The last item.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Why, do you know, is there a reason why we call out the school retirement health insurance in particular? Or is it
On the, I don't, yeah,
it's just practice of the town?
I don't have a good reason why on the detailed sheet that's, maybe it could have been just to try to show how costs are apportioned, what the town absorbs on behalf of. It's not like we don't assess though the school for that, if that was.
Okay. I have a question. So I know the previous full-time town manager budget practice for health insurance of current employees used to be that I believe she would budget everyone for the most expensive. Maybe that's what I thought it was.
Yeah,
because that's how the budget.
I don't know. I can't tell, to be completely honest, by looking at the formulas and data that she had prepared on this particular budget line, what the thought process was.
Okay.
So
what my question is, what is your budget?
okay, so good question. So what we did is we started with actuals. What are our actuals? And then we did the 14.84% on those actuals. And I think we assumed, I want to say it was roughly five additional family plans coming on, which would be those most expensive ones, but 5 additional family plans coming on. So whether there's somebody who might be getting married or having a family or just new to the community or coming off of their parents' health insurance. We have room for roughly 5 additional folks. I think that on this particular line, because I don't have a firm understanding of how it was budgeted in the past, this is one that I have marked out of, we need to closely monitor this and see how this line actually operates for next year's budget, especially as we are considering the override for next year, because we have been told that the percent increase is likely to be the same or roughly the same. So we're looking at those double-digit increases, roughly 15% again next year, could be worse. And so where we have contracted this that buffer, we're going to want to make sure that we are fully understanding how this operates to project out for FY '27 and beyond.
Okay, I have a few more questions. Why did you choose 5? And what is the total number of current employees using the program?
Well, there's a number of different plans. I can get you the report on.
Why did you choose 5
no.
versus 10?
Just because I don't think we're having that with people coming on and people going off. It's just an estimate for it, relatively arbitrary, but I think it's a reasonable estimate of how many additional family plans you might get. And plus, if somebody comes on and they don't take a family plan, like myself, I don't take a family plan. So it's not a net.
What is the total number of employees we have using or health insurance?
Yeah, I'd have to get you that. We have reports on them, and it changes every month. So,
all right,
but let me put that on my.
My only comment about choosing the 5 somewhat arbitrary, and I do appreciate that's your first year, and you're making note that you're going to be, monitoring closely, is that the parameter that you want to use to be consistent, so that for in the future years, if you need to change the parameter or not.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So versus.
No, yeah, I think that this is one that we need to really dial in on, especially because this is the largest driver of the town budget is health insurance. This is the largest uncontrolled driver of our budget. We don't have a whole lot that we can do about it. And we've been told that it's only going up. So this is one that for any discussion of an override, we need to really be projecting out. We don't want to just keep getting ourselves in the same situation over and over again, but I'm happy to get those report numbers to you.
Izzy, and I'm calling him Izzy because you guys call him Izzy. He's raising his hand.
You can say, hey, you, guy in the corner.
He does answer to anything.
So I have the health insurance projection up in front of me. It varies from month to month, but the lowest has been, including school, 531 employees, the highest 540. So that's the range of number of employees on the plans. Depending on the plan.
Okay.
And I understand the way that the school, so this is one area where for active employees, the school handles that portion of the budget within their budget and the town does not. So it only when it comes to retirees that they get lumped together. But I understand the way the school budgets this line is by actual head count. They budget the line extremely tight on actual head count.
Yes, I think
Is
going,
that accurate, Mr. Chairman? Sorry, I just caught you off guard. Okay, I do believe that the school, from what I've heard, budgets by head count.
yeah, so obviously we need to understand how to model this going over the next few years, like you talked about.
Correct.
But we need to deal with how to get this down. And in the dreaded private sector, health insurance does not get better every year for employee or even stay the same.
So the health insurance is not getting better for employees. So
Or stay the same.
it's not staying the same for employees. So that 14, so we have a 75-25% split. The amount that's coming out of the employees' checks for their health insurance is increasing by the 14.84% this year. So they probably are getting a net reduction in take-home pay based on this increase.
But that's just premiums. What I'm saying is that you got out-of-pocket maximums for co-insurance and co-payments. We need to look at high deductible plans. We need to look at how to get this under control.
So we are already discussing with, we have Maya is our current healthcare insurance provider. So, but in between us and Maya, we have a broker that works for the town. They don't work for Maya, they work for us. And we have already looked at the high deductible, and it's looking like that's not going to save money. In fact, it's going to do the opposite. We've looked at if we do a +1 plan and shift some folks to a +1 plan and off of a family plan. And while that is great for the particular employees who have a +1 plan, it's horrible. It sends the family plans going the completely wrong way, sends those opposite. The problem here with health insurance is ultimately a national problem, and it is uncontrolled, unregulated health insurance market. And right now, the costs are largely being driven by GLP-1 drugs in this year. So this is the effect of GLP-1 drugs, and reductions in copays or reductions that doctors are receiving. So they're increasing their costs to make sure that they profit. So this is there's not many options for health insurance. The Maya is the biggest. There's also the Group Insurance Commission that is an option for municipalities. It is an extremely cumbersome plan to administer that would probably require additional staff to administer the plan. And some of what had hoped to be some alternatives, the smaller groups are starting to fold.
So if we have over 500 people on this, I don't know how many employees we have in town. To me, that says that most people are choosing Lunenburg's insurance over their spouse's insurance.
It depends. Like if you don't have a family, if you have a spouse and adult children, it makes more sense financially to each carry, which is what I do, each carry your own health insurance. So it is more cost effective for us each to carry our own plan than for either of us to carry a single family plan. This is the biggest driver, and there are not a whole heck of a lot of answers here outside of healthcare reform and regulation that will control some of these costs.
I never accept that I'm an engineer, we solve problems, right? I just want to say that like, we have to attack this problem, all avenues, all means by which to get this under control. Or we're either going to be doing Prop 2.5 overrides every single year, or we're going to eventually realize that we can't afford to.
The answer here is beyond the confines of the borders of Lunenburg, is what I'm suggesting. That the answers to the health insurance are well beyond Lunenburg's borders. This is largely being driven, again, by not only GLP-1s, but it is largely being driven by prescription drug costs that are skyrocketing.
Right. I think again, we've got to study this in this off year on how to get this under control as a high priority. And one other thing is we got to stop hiring people if we can outsource people.
I think that we will look at this. I just want to be clear that I don't think that there's going to be a very rosy solution at the end of it.
I understand. I mean, it's killing the schools, it's
Yep.
killing the town, the municipal side, right? It's killing the town.
Everywhere, though, everywhere across the country. I mean, this is well beyond Lunenburg, well beyond Massachusetts. This is crippling to everyone.
I just know from my own perspective, my limit on copays is astronomically higher than it used to be. And I have not heard that we're looking to do that here. And that gets you towards those that use it pay more than those that don't use it.
And we also do have, I just want to, not everybody's aware of this, but we do have the public employee, the PEC. And so that is a contractual agreement. They have to agree. This cannot be a unilateral management decision.
I looked in the teacher's contract. I saw no mention of the PEC.
It's not in the teacher's contract. It's a separate agreement between the PEC and the community. I'll share that though. I will share that with FinCom because So
I
that
would
you
like
can
to
see it.
understand like how all the contracts play together with that PEC. I would like to understand.
Okay, yep.
Also, I just want to state that our recruitment, hiring and retention this does not seem to fit in line of how we want to have people work for the town of Lunenburg if we're like not going to offer good health insurance. And if this is the same across other communities, which I know that it is, like, we're gonna outsource these positions instead of hiring town positions.
I would prefer that all the town be outsourced. I don't know why. I would rather not hire employees.
Mm,
Employees cost a lot of
Like that.
money out of control.
I
The
think I'm not-
IT is a great example of,
Anyway,
I
we
think
got
I'm
a
not
long.
gonna respond back to outsourcing 100% of the staff.
IT is a great example of how you get a better service by outsourcing a service
IT is a good example of that.
than hiring it in-house.
IT is a good example of that. Building commissioner is not, fire is not, police is not, any treasurer, collector is
I
not.
understand it can't be everything.
education.
I understand it can't be everything.
Yeah, but I mean, so for example, we do have a landscaping contract, right? So under that landscaping contract, we're not using either parks or grounds people to do that work. That is a cost saver by something like that. So there are a lot of communities that do that all in-house.
If I may, totally unrelated to the current conversation, but somewhat related to health insurance. I know you mentioned a few times that in part, the increasing costs in healthcare is largely being driven by semaglutide medications.
Mhm.
I don't know that for a fact. I do believe that you're likely correct. There were a time in the early 2000s that health insurance costs were largely driven by increases by Viagra. And now we have something else. It is likely that medication will become more widely available. That's gonna level off.
Yep.
That medication it's helping a lot of people. A lot of people with diabetes is using and they're living better lives, healthier lives. And people that are using for other purposes, also they're having better lives. So there is a value to that. It's just, good old capitalism that right now the resources are very limited,
Think
resources, yeah. So
there's no generics yet. Every manufacturer
Right.
has a proprietary device.
right. So we just, this is a health related increase and it is helping a lot of people. I just don't want to, I just want to, for the benefit of
No,
Lunenburg, I don't want anyone to be listening to this and think that there's some shame associated with being on that medication, which it should not.
so I'm going to go out and in full transparency say I am a proud user of a GLP-1 medication.
Wonderful.
So,
That's great.
and so, but it is, I mean, I'm saying it because when our insurance company came out and they gave us kind of the flyer that the insurance company is getting screamed at across.
No,
wherever they
it's
go.
okay.
So when they give us the flyer, this is like, the number one thing is that the doctors are increasing the cost to make sure they're still taking home their net revenue. And then the number two bullet is the GLP-1 drugs.
Right.
So,
And,
just-
like
it
I
is what
said,
it is.
early 2000 was Viagra.
Right.
It's just how it goes. It's good old capitalism. That's all.
All right. And then the last item, this one still is living. So this is one that was living outside of the omnibus budget on that sheet that lives behind the omnibus budget, the revenue expenditure sheet. For accounting purposes, it's still going to live there. And that's tax title at 30,500 and there's no changes there. So that is the conclusion of the FY 26 budget. Hopefully. Now, if the House does something and we get more money, because then I think we revisit it before town meeting. But unless anything changes, this is where we're at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions from the board? I know we asked them as we went through.
Yeah, I
I,
had a couple of questions.
go ahead, Jay.
Near the WRRS assessment, regional transportation and Mass Bay transportation, what are those costs for?
Oh, on our state assessments? Hold on one
I'm not
second.
sure what's WRRS stand for? Last
The last-
page.
Are you on
Page
page
nine.
9?
Yeah.
Jay, you are so soft-spoken that every time you
Uh,
talk, I'm just careening to here to you. So the WRRS assessment, that's Worcester County Regional Retirement System.
Okay,
And then the Mass Bay Transportation Assessment. So that comes off our cherry sheet. I'm thinking it's an MBTA. I have to find out. I'm thinking it's because of our proximity to the MBTA locations, community locations. It's non-discretionary. They take it off our cherry sheet, but I'm happy to find out exactly what it's for.
Money well spent. It takes me 2 hours to take the T into the airport, but we should be assessed for that.
So we'll supplement on exactly. I'm sure it has to do, I don't know if every community, what I don't know is, does every community in the Commonwealth have to pay an assessment into the MBTA? I would think no, but you never know. But I'm thinking it has proximity to the 2 commuter rail stations.
all right, so that has to do with the commuter rail.
I believe so, but I'm going to, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but I believe so.
That was not related to the MART, transportation.
I don't believe so.
Excuse me, I just looked it up. It's for, like you just mentioned, it's the distance between rail stations, bus stations, and it's the general zoning, just the distance where you're at between general and BTA transportation sites.
Part of Fitchburg Railroad. My wife's grandfather was a Fitchburg detective on the railroad at the time, so I qualified as now as an MBTA community.
Okay. And one other question on fuel charges and the DPW.
Fuel charges in the DPW. I may not be able to go that granular with you, but we'll see. I think that's DPW is towards the end. Page 6, maybe?
Page 6, all right.
Fuel charges. Are you looking under cemetery?
No, under police and fire, you increase fuel charges, like under fire, we went from 25,000 up to 32,000. Under police, you went from 15,000 up to 18,000. Why are we increasing that when the cost of fuel is down now, and historically it's never gone, like on fire, it's never gone over 30,000? We're putting it up to 32. The price of fuel is way down right now.
Let me look at the actuals.
Even on-
Actually, let me talk to the department heads. I'm not prepared to go that granular, and I don't want to speak off the cuff on fuel charges.
Okay,
Okay, so I'll supplement.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
Is there anything else?
The assessment, you put the state assessment there. Is there in terms of tuition, is that the balance of the calculation, or is that like the net, the delta between the assessment and, because they have 2 lines when you look at a cherry sheet on the website?
So that's just the assessment. It's not the balance.
Okay. Do you-
The other part comes in on the revenue side.
Okay.
So this is how we offset for those assessments.
Right. I was just.
Yeah, but it's
wondering-
not the net.
I was wondering where I was gonna see if it was here, like the school does the circuit breaker on their budget, which is. Anyway, I'm just trying to follow the budget practices.
All right, in the beginning, you said there's no good time to make these switches. I would actually argue that maybe upon you coming on board might be the best time to do it. So,
And really, I mean, this is something that the finance director, who also, this is his first full budget. I mean, he has been really driving this consolidation practices. So
okay, and I think
So-
it's more logical in the way it's laid out. It's not 100% maybe, but I would be supportive of that.
I know it's to folks, the biggest concern I think that I've heard raised is that for folks who are going to town meeting and who are not following along to all of these meetings, that when they get there, how are they going to be able to watch the budgetary trend lines over time? And so that's what I'm hoping to be able to illustrate in the other document, is how those trends, even though they've moved, how you can still follow the overall trend.
Okay, makes sense. All right, so we do have a habit of allowing the public a quick question or two if there's anything either online or in the room related to the final town manager's budget. And again, reminder, name and address.
John Bowen, 162 Highland Street. I wanted to basically make a relatively simple but complex comment, okay? The town manager is not incorrect about the difficulties, right? And the cuts and so on and so forth. Okay, but the needs, what are the needs? Okay. Now, you had talked about, Mr. Chairman, about the grant writer, that you're very upset that they got rid of that. Well, I found $50,000 because you want to run a pilot to test it. That's called the capital plan. There's an item right now in the capital plan that's going to put paint over tape on a cemetery road, where the cemetery commission has $96,000 in their sale of lots fund that they want to hold on to gather 1.8% interest for a year. They even took out of the omnibus, yeah, I'm going to say that right this year, omnibus budget. They're going to take, they decided that they're not going to take their annual $10,000 from that they put on the warrant out of that this year, but then they come here for $50,000. Okay, they're also taking $50,000. The DPW wants $50,000 to do the rehab in the North Cemetery that has no topography map. Okay, so there's problems that have no plan, and we're just going to hand out money. The other issue is the $50,000 requested for the pavement paint over tape, striping, whatever he's doing, you know, with tar. I mean, I'll go over there with a caulking gun and building caulking. It's pretty cheap. Do you know what I mean? It's the same stuff. Deals with the same heat and friction of cement. So, you know, it doesn't make any sense, okay? That's not fiscally responsible. That item was entered in by Carter in December, $50,000, and says, oh yeah, we'll just throw this 50,000 here because we can. And then in January and February, we say, oh, but we need money over here and money over here. And then Jay mentioned at the capital plan the other night and said, what's this? I had a crack seal done on my road. How come my road hasn't been paved yet? Well, why are we paving the cemetery? That was Jay's comment. Why are we paving the cemetery and we're not paving the roads that people drive on? That was his comment, that people go to work and provide tax money to this town. Okay, the cemeteries need an entire revamping. Just as an aside, okay, they need an entire revamping. If you remember my presentation that I gave, I itemized a number of different things, $532,500, okay, in my presentation, okay, that the cemeteries need, which are all Band-Aids. These are all Band-Aids. These are not items that are in there. They have, they want to do this little light project. They have a $50,000 light project to light up the flag posts. You know what I mean? To light up the veterans areas. You know, those are the things that we should be spending money on. That's a permanent cost for a project to be completed and done, to light the signs up before outside each cemetery, to light the flag poles up, okay, adequately and provide electricity to that, okay, which also gives electricity within close proximity to the cemetery to be able to hook up electrical apparatus, which it does not have at the moment. So, I mean, that is a $50,000 need right there. Okay, why are we not spending it on that permanent fixture? Instead, we're going to spend $50,000 on crack seal? For what? That doesn't make any sense. And just as an aside, okay, any other expenditures, okay, that are necessary or needed are to go to the places where the townspeople utilize to bring money here. You want pavement done? You do pavement on the road, just like Jay said, and I can't support that anymore. The other thing is, you need $50,000 for your pilot program. Take that capital plan item of $50,000 okay, and get that grant writer and have the town manager set up a program and get it kick-started in July. She has 3 months to put it together. She's smart enough. She's good enough. She can put that together and take care of that business. And then we can have boards start to apply. I think it was your wife that said it, Karen Menard said it at the last meeting, that no board should be given any money in this town until they have first exhausted all applications for grants, all applications for donations, all monies that do not come out of tax money, okay? And that is a valid thing to do when it comes to fiscal responsibility. Let's stop spending money, okay, and make these boards do what they're supposed to do to make them accountable, because what we're doing here is we're allowing boards to just act rogue and do whatever they want. Make a vote here for 50,000. There were 2 votes today at the Cemetery Commission. They don't have a right to vote for that money to use it. They don't have the money yet. It hasn't been given to them yet, but they went and made a vote. We're going to vote $50,000 to be able to do the Upper North Cemetery area. But you didn't get the money yet. We're going to make a vote to do $50,000 for crack seal. You don't have the money yet, and you're making votes. Let's make people accountable. Let's make these boards accountable, and let them find the money before coming to the taxpayer. Thank you.
So I will just say on that, I think the $50,000 request for the cemetery is kind of a strange one, and we talked about it at capital planning, that it is kind of a capital planning item that lives outside the capital plan. So I think I will address that maybe when we get to voting on warrants and that sort of thing, because that one is kind of sitting weird with me. And I don't know the history but.
Glenn McLeod, 436 Reservoir Road. I just wanted to give a little perspective as far as being a retiree from the Worcester Regional Retirement System. That when if we are awarded a COLA raise, it is on the first $16,000 of the pension. So if Worcester Regional does issue a COLA for 2%, that equates to about $25 or $26 a month on my pension. And so that's just another issue to consider when these discussions of healthcare come in. It also affects the retirees, and we're essentially on what we all hear as a fixed income. And it's a lot different being on a fixed income than hearing someone talking about fixed income. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. TJ, okay. Okay.
Is there somebody online?
Is there any questions online? I don't see any hands raised.
There's one hand up.
There is?
Shannon?
Is that a hand?
Am I
Oh, Mandy? Maybe?
seeing one hand?
Unless that's the cursor, like Mandy.
I don't see any hands up.
I think it's the cursor.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is a hand.
It looks like a hand.
It is.
it is a hand. It's just the cursor hand.
Yeah, it's yellow usually.
Yeah.
If there's anyone online that, maybe Mandy, if you had a comment and you want to make, then you can come off mute and do it. Otherwise, we just have a cursor over you. Okay,
Remove the cursor.
okay. I just got to phone a friend that there's not. All right. Okay, so we're gonna go a little out of order, just for the sake of the citizens petition, as well as Brian coming in for school board. And I want to give a little context. So we don't get a lot of citizens petitions that have monetary implications. Maybe if we ever do, they're pretty straightforward, like I want $1,000 to, put a bench somewhere or something. Just making something up. But this year we have a citizens petition for over $2 million for a Proposition 2.5 override. So I kind of went through town manager into council, and I asked the question, and I'll just read it kind of verbatim here. Is the finance committee required to hold a public hearing on the petitioned override question? And the answer that was given is not a hearing on the override appropriation per se, but pursuant to statute, even more so Lunenburg's charter, the Finance Committee is obligated to, quote, hold a public hearing on the proposed operating budget as submitted. And further to, quote, consider in open public meetings the detailed expenditures proposed for each town agency. See Town Charters, Section 66A, 66B. Inasmuch as the override appropriation will impact the budget, the Finance Committee should certainly consider the same as part of its financial review prior to town meeting. But a dedicated, hearing is on the override appropriation itself isn't required. So that last sentence wasn't really the question I was asking. So with that answer, I did reach out to TJ, who is the citizen petitioner. That can be your new name in town. And just kind of relayed this to him. There's kind of a lot of questions because typically a Proposition 2.5 override would have followed up maybe a little bit more of what we did last year with a lot of back and forth, a little bit of two budgets being worked simultaneously. Any budget adjustments that were deemed prudent by the school committee and the superintendent would have been deducted along the way. So to me, this is kind of a tough situation we find ourselves in to review this budget. But we are where we are. There is a warrant article that has been properly put on the warrant. And what I've asked TJ to do is to come and present, the quote unquote detailed expenditures proposed for each town agency. In this case, it would be the school department and through the school committee. So TJ is definitely responsible. I put in those two documents that the one that you sent, and then Brian sent me one, which was the final detailed budget from the school. The only thing I did on that, they're both in the SharePoint. I sent you the links. The only thing I did on that was I added a column that took the level service budget or the 2.5 budget and subtracted the budget from the town manager requested budget to show where the deltas were. So if we kind of go through that, it's just a highlight as to where the deltas are. Now, I did get from Dr. Gilson the final budget, and I sent that off to you guys today. So there may be some minor discrepancies in the one file that Brian sent. I'm not sure because I did receive that other one from Dr. Gilson. I would assume they're reflective of what Dr. Burnham spoke to us last week about. So for this article, I guess what I'm saying is that the town manager's budget is what is approved by the school committee and what has been presented to us. So this is really dealing with the deltas to that arrive at the 2 million and some change numbers.
I have a
What-
question. The one that Dr. Gilson sent today is just the approved school committee budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, that would be what was presented to us last week with last minute fixes. We know we get into this part of the year, changes happen rapidly and spreadsheets, get out of date and unlinked and formula errors and stuff like that. So Dr. Gilson should reflect the what was reviewed last week.
Right, but TJ is only addressing the override budget, which is the one that had that was sent, I think, from March 6th, that has all the different colors. And he's
Yes.
addressing the.
And it's the one I sent today is the one we should be using, because that's the one that Brian sent to me.
Oh.
Is that all clear to everyone? All right, so with that, TJ, I'll turn it over to you.
Do I have to say my name and address?
I guess not, because you're
Okay,
officially.
great. Love it. First time ever. So I'm hoping this is relatively simple. I'll just give some context, I think, to what you said too, is the override that I filed as a citizen is a very, very simple override. It is the subtraction, the difference of the level service budget from the town manager approved budget. So the school committee put these two numbers out, they approved the town manager budget, and what's left is the difference, right? It's as simple as that. So what, to me, that signals is that the schools have said, you know, we all, you know, me and a bunch of others, including finance committee last year, school committee last year, select board, said last year's level service we couldn't support, but we came up with a budget we could support. And now this year, that budget we all fought hard for last year is this year's level service. That's how it carries over, right? So when we say we're cutting this year, we're basically saying we're going to upend last year's level service. So effectively, all the override is let's fight for and try to fund the level service that we all fought for and tried to fund last year. So it just takes that difference and brings it up to the top. So there is no other math, there was no other calculation except the two values from the school committee that they approved. And that's what I put in the override. And I do think, for context, I do think the process by which the override was filed this year is different than the process last year. So those negotiations that I was a part of and watched the whole time was really trying to figure out how we could reduce the amount of money we needed in various ways. So bringing in ARPA money, bringing in other money from other ways, making trade-offs in the budget line items. This override is not even close to that type of negotiation. Free cash is that, which I don't think has gone to that level of negotiation either, but this override is not that type of negotiating to pull money from other areas of the budget. It's not trying to get grant money from anywhere. It is very simply, do the taxpayers want to bring the cuts from where they are today back to level service and restore all positions and all expenses that the school is saying they can't afford? It's as simple as that.
Chris, I'm sorry. I don't think I have an email from you, and I have the version from 3.6, the budget.
It's in the, sent one today. Did everyone get it?
You're saying, is it email or is it on the folder?
I sent an email and then there's a link to the
Okay.
material. The material's in the SharePoint.
Oh, okay, there is an attachment on that. No, I have one email from you that has an attachment with a spreadsheet. And that one does not include the override. I do have the one that was sent on 3.6. I don't know if there is any difference from that one.
This is March 12th.
Yeah, I don't have that. I don't know.
I'll show you.
The four documents that were submitted were the colored 4 diagrams that compared town budget with level service funding, the spreadsheet that the chair from the school committee sent over, the personnel cuts and the expense cuts.
Oh. Okay. Okay, so I did review the increased budget, so I have some questions. I don't know if you will be able to answer them, but if you're not, I'll just email the superintendent later, or, you know, whatever the group has. And in the beginning of the conversation of the override, there was a conversation about where the increases are coming from, what triggered to be so off, you know, like generally speaking, year-over-year budgets tend to be pretty stable. And on those conversations, it's been represented that I guess this is a folder. And the information that you shared with me, because you also shared some information with me, was a little different than what Mandy had posted. And one in particular was, I don't know what this line includes on the increases, which was the special education. It's not clear to me. You say special education and you had a total, some of the information you gave me that was like 5 million or something.
Yep.
And Mandy said on her information that shared was increase in outside tuition. So my question is do you know what specific lines is that increase of 600,000?
So, yeah, I think we should be careful, right? Like I am a citizen, right? And me sharing information about the increase in costs for special education is really just me doing that math. The override is actually irrelevant to that math that I did and posted on Facebook, for instance, right?
All right, so I don't want to deal with Facebook and Mandy's data. I want to deal with two pieces of information.
That's right.
That which is officially in front of us,
Yep.
right? That this is the way that the process needs to play out, is that the data that's in front of us. What was that? Oh, the data that's in front of us has to be the spreadsheet and only the spreadsheet, because that's what's been supplied to us as the detailed budget.
Okay.
So
And I think
so
it's
to
very
answer
fair
correctly,
at this point then to start scrutinizing every change from the FY 25 to the FY 26 level. Because some of these, percentage increases are, over 100%, right? There's some significant increases on this. And there was really no deliberation within the school committee on the level service budget. All the deliberation to date has been on the town manager budget. So I think we owe it to the taxpayers to kind of scrutinize the $2 million number here, as does the school committee, if this is going to go forward to the, to the warrant and stay on the warrant. The only way it can't go on the warrant is for the petitioner, TJ, to say, I'm going to pull it.
I do kind of want to say that's fair for you to ask for that. I do question, I guess, if an override wasn't filed, does that mean the finance committee and other town departments would not have looked at the line item budget differences between level services and the currently proposed town budget?
If what?
If I didn't file this override, would that budget have not been analyzed line by line to see the differences and the impact to the schools?
On the level service?
From level service to town manager, yeah.
On the school,
Because that's effectively just the difference from last year, this year, right? So effectively, to say like the school committee didn't discuss the level service budget, it's impossible not to discuss the level service budget because the town manager budget is the level service budget minus the cuts. So they effectively were always talking about the level service budget.
If there were no 2.5 override, the town would have to come out of town meeting with a balanced budget.
Right.
And with the numbers of $2 million at the table here, that wouldn't have been made up any other way other than some external funding sources, either a 2.5 override that we levy to the levy
Yes.
limit, or some kind of grants or, notice of, something else, right? This whole budget process is really about scrutinizing the budget, which is why the charter is written that way. The way we do it is we hear from departments for their requested budgets.
Yep.
Schools is somewhat different because they have a school committee that controls their budget by law. On the town side, the town manager and the select board also weigh in on the municipal side of the budget. So yes, I think what is due the taxpayer is that the requested value in the warrant is actually needed.
so, I mean, I had questions specific to some of the line items on the level service budget. It doesn't sound like, I hear you, you're not part of the school committee, you trust your school committee to have analyzed it and done it. So I will reserve my questions, not to you. How's that?
Yeah, thank you. And I think that is kind of what I'm suggesting is the foundation that I'm basing my math off of is trusting that the school committee has reported and presented to you all a true level service number and a true town manager budget number that they approved. And as long as those are true, then my override number should be accurate.
So one caveat to that is the budget that we are presented here and discussed
Yep.
is not a level service budget. Is the budget that they brought to us. So we don't really go out and look at every possible budget that it could be, similar to the town manager and her several departments. They come in with a budget. We can ask, are you funding pavement amendment or not? We can ask those questions, but ultimately we are only talking about the budget that's in our hand. So
Yes.
when the superintendent came on behalf of the school committee and presented the budget, it was presented the budget that is the town manager at 3 whatever % it is.
Yes.
We didn't look into the service level and discuss that service level and discuss if we have questions or not.
Which to me, right, suggests if the school committee can present a budget that's decreasing by $2 million, I would assume the finance committee would want to understand the impact of said budget and understand the cause of the impact, which is effectively what you're asking me now. So I would say,
So I know you don't want to ask those questions, but if they, some of these things are a little more nuanced than that. So there are estimates that go into it. That is, movement of, they moved athletic expenses, they're now there and they're not, like, there's so much conversation to be had. I don't think, I'm not sure I would be discussing a budget that where no one is voting for, but generally speaking, the school committee has reported what is their plan to do, which was they're going to submit, they wanted this budget, they approved this budget, they know there's some more free cash coming likely if town meeting approves, and they had a conversation with select board about exploring a override for next year. That is what they reported to us. And that's it. So
no, and I understand, right? To ask me, for instance, what the increase in special education cost is.
But you don't have to answer. I was going to ask if you knew. If you don't know what it is.
I'm just using it as an example
I
to
do
discuss
think
the
that-
override is, that number is baked into the math of the override.
Okay.
And so because the finance committee was presented with, I think twice by the superintendent, with the town manager budget that got approved, effectively, they showed you all the increase in the special education cost. They showed you the increase in the transportation cost. They showed you the increase in the health insurance cost because it's baked into that budget. If you didn't ask about it to understand where those costs came from, that's a separate thing that I don't think is related to the override. And I'll just say these words. This is not, and I think you used these words when I was talking to you, it's not an override budget. This is the level service budget. I didn't add anything to any budget. There's nothing changed for the override. This was the school department themselves said, this is what we have today. This is what we're losing. And here's the budget we came up with to accommodate.
No, this is quite clearly the override budget. By law, this is what goes into Prop 2.5 to raise the limit. The money has to get dedicated only to this cause. There's contingency funds that are being assigned, revenue sources that are up in the air associated with this. To go into town meeting with this budget, with this override, against what the town manager's budget, which is the entirety of what we prepared for annual town meeting for, this clearly is the Prop 2.5 override, and it has second order effects that we've got to deal with. We're taking free cash to give additional money to the schools this year. If this doesn't go through, that now means that free cash won't go over there. There's a lot of permutations on this. So
Which I was told the school committee was going to handle those permutations. So I assumed that that was happening. at different-
No. The warrant articles themselves will have language that says if a 2.5 override occurs,
Agreed,
this money will not be transferred.
which is the same thing we had last year for the ARPA money, right?
But it leaves us in a position where now we have monies that are not allocated and we have to go into special town meeting to actually allocate those monies. So, or some other type of town meeting. So this, again, going back to last year was done right. And all the scrutiny that went into it, all the public outreach that went into it, all the what if analyses on multiple budgets, right? Remember, we had 3 or 4 colors of budgets that we were looking at. You know, in the end, we scrutinized that budget in detail. I don't see how we scrutinize this budget in detail between now and town meeting. Now, that said, I think what you're saying is, and I agree with you. You're not on school committee, you're not, you know, the school department is not here to answer the detailed questions. But what I guess I do need to have is how we arrive at getting to a detailed budget analysis, also based on the recommendations that both school committee and select board will take up next week as to whether they support this or not. But it seems to me, and I can work with Dr. Burnham and Brian and town manager, that how to arrive at our ability to collectively get through a detailed budget, because I think the school committee should do the same thing as what we're doing here, to make sure that all these numbers are accurate, there's no errors in them, that they're absolutely necessary, et cetera. So, but with that, is there any other questions from the committee?
Just one I mean, my understanding was that the school committee isn't supporting this. Is that, are there?
So I can let Brian answer directly, but what has happened to date is 2 weeks ago, there was a joint school committee select board meeting. And a quote unquote straw poll might have been taken at the time to say where people's feelings were, but neither body has taken a position on the override
They
yet.
haven't voted on.
They haven't
But
voted
they
on it.
made, I kind of watched it and it was kind of clear that they weren't supportive at that time of an override.
So I've individually asked several members of both bodies, and I think that they would say that their votes next week may be different than what occurred there. I think there was at least 2 members of the select board that didn't give a firm opinion. There was 3 others that maybe were split 2 to 1. So, and I don't know, maybe that they could have changed between now and then, right? Maybe they've seen. So, yeah, I agree with you, Tom, though. I think that's how we've arrived at the state we're in, though.
And so I just want to say that the school committee is in charge of, and they're the experts on the proper way to spend the money. Now, I would bet that if we said, hey, we want to give the school committee $2 million more, they'll find a way to spend it and spend it wisely and do a great job. The question is that if they're not, if at the present moment, their feeling is, you know, for the town, that's not the way to go, then I would take their expertise on that. I am not going to say, you know, is this teacher really necessary? Is that teacher really necessary? I think all teachers are necessary. But I think it's hard for me to sit there and go like, well, the budget that they wanted originally with an extra $2 million, if we had the $2 million, I would have probably supported it. But if they're not willing to make that judgment and say, yes, we school committee want an override and want $2 million and here it is, then I think I wouldn't, until I see that, I wouldn't want to do anything because they're the experts.
I don't know how this works. Can I?
Yeah,
comment?
no, go ahead.
So I think that's fair, and I think that's all valid. I think there's a subtle difference in what was said, as I don't think the school committee said, and I don't want to speak for them, but this is what I'm hearing as a citizen, hence why I filed a petition. I don't think the school committee said, we don't need this money. And that, you know, if they got this money, it wouldn't go to good use. What they said was they want the money next year because it's strategically better. So it wasn't undercutting or downplaying the need for the money. It wasn't downplaying the budget itself. It was effectively saying politically, strategically, it was better next year, unrelated to the funds themselves. I think that's a big difference.
Well, again, you could say that about the fourth shift for the fire department. That's
Absolutely.
another one that, you know, they're not pushing it this year. My view is if they thought this was really important, I don't want to use the word important because we're talking about our kids. We're talking about education, something we all agree is very important. And so, but I think it's there, if they thought an override this year was the right way to go for not only the school committee, but for the entire town, then they would have done it by now, or will do it soon if they can. I'm not even sure if it's even possible to do it. It might be. And that's where I would like to leave it with them. That'd be my personal view, because I like the experts to make experts decisions.
I agree. And, you know, not to bring Facebook in, but I put my position on Facebook of why I filed the citizen petition. One of the reasons was, you know, last year I was part of the override citizen committee. And I saw the politics of overrides, and there was people on this board that continually said an override's not possible. It's never going to pass. No way this is ever going to fly in our town. Meeting after meeting, this was said across many boards in private, right? Which would have scared a lot of people, and we continued pushing it. And this year I saw the school committee, specifically the school committee, afraid of the politics of an override and trying to plan strategically for an override, which is totally valid and fair from my opinion. What I did with the citizen petition intentionally was to take the politics out of it and try to bring it to the citizens to say, I don't know if this is going to pass or fail. I don't know. I don't want to try to guess if this is going to pass or fail, because we guessed last year and it didn't go like a lot of people guessed. So this petition is fundamentally just trying to take the politics out and trying to see if numerically we can get this number to pass by the citizens. Let the citizens decide, take the politics and guessing out. Next year, if we want a bigger override, which is the only other option on the table that I'm aware of, a bigger override next year, we can do that. That's fine. And that's the current strategy. So that's kind of the reasoning behind all this, which I don't know if you're looking for, but that's why it exists.
Yeah, okay, so just one additional thing is there is a process, right? A legal process, which is why I read that. And I sent the town councils, you know, we are the Ways and Means Committee, if you will, as it relates to like Boston or at the federal level, right? So things need to come through us in order, if they're moneyed articles, in order to properly make their way onto the town floor. I do think that I do not think we've had open public meeting on the detailed expenditures on this, right? Now, could we get there between now and town meeting? Perhaps so. I do think next week's votes will be telling as to the support from the school committee especially, and also the select board, because they could choose not to put this on the ballot, which in essence vetoes it, right? It's a veto fact that so all this stuff was really kind of deliberately thought out when I guess Prop 2.5, I was about 8 maybe when that came out, was thought through. But I do want to afford the opportunity to the citizen who petitioned for this, and clearly he's got backing from people on town, to properly get this thing through our process. So I do think if the school is behind this in their vote next week, There should be additional rounds of discussions with us on the details of the expenditures. I would also say that I think the schools should give a level of scrutiny to that line as well. And based on the votes, I can work with Brian, town manager, and the superintendent to make sure that we get that between now and May 4th. As it relates to our charge on voting on articles, it would probably mean that we would likely defer until the floor of the meeting on the article, and it will be something that we'll have to figure out how we put into our budget report.
I mean, because it's gonna be printed on, like, if the finance committee supports or not.
Yeah, like,
Okay.
I think we owe the finance committee's report like next meeting, which is it next meeting or the meeting after?
The document is going to the printer on April the 7th.
Okay, so that means we're gonna have to talk about this, but we're gonna have to somehow come up with if we want to put something in the warrant, we're gonna have to figure out how to write that between now and next meeting.
And last year's, was it included in the? warrant?
Last year, we got it in.
Oh, okay, there was
The year
one
before we didn't, though.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This year's, we had delays, right? New town manager and other things, but
That explanation will not work next year. The new town manager.
we'll have a new superintendent though.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
All right.
Any other questions?
No, I have questions about specific line items on that budget, but DJ said, I understand what you did. And now I'll look forward to getting elaborated on that.
Okay, so I know I gave this to everyone just today, so I'm sure everyone's not had a chance to review it. I think, I think the proper thing is to start collecting those questions so that if we do have a more detailed hearing on this down the road, we can ask those questions. Okay, if there's no other questions from the board, are there any questions or comments?
I just want one quick,
Oh,
I just
sorry.
want to say, I was like, I don't know if I sounded critical, but I just want to congratulate you on the effort that you did, because, we're sitting here trying to get people to be on the HR committee. That anybody puts that kind of time and effort. I kind of saw on Facebook your things, and I've seen this stuff. Put a lot of time and effort into it. And that means you care, and that really, makes us a better town. So I want to thank you for that. Also, I had a friend that actually did a citizen's petition to get rid of plastic bags. And when I first heard it, I said, I don't think that's gonna go through. I don't think this town's ready for that. Okay, and it passed. And to her effort and all that, so, continue the fight.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I'm just charged as chairman of trying to follow a process, right? So I hope you understand that. But again, with that, is there any questions from the, well, there's no more from the committee, right?
Right.
Right, is there any questions from the public? And if you have a question online, just raise your hand and
Right.
I'll allow you to.
I hear you.
And then, Brian, did you want to say anything or are you just here to hear? Okay. All right. All right. All right. Thank you, TJ.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda would be capital items and other moneyed articles.
Mr. Chairman, as a recommendation, perhaps for your consideration, do you want to do these as we go through the actual warrant and do kind of two at a time?
We can do that.
Just considering the hour? I don't
I
know.
think we can do that. You
Rather
don't
than-
have anything else prepared, right? Or,
Not really, no. I mean, I could go through just the moneyed articles and then go through the rest of the articles, but however you want to do it.
I am fine with doing this part of the, going through the warrant.
So taking the hour, I do want to say that I have a lot to say, as we all have noticed, and I did put a presentation together with some questions that I have about the overall budget, and I wanted to organize it. That's why I have a presentation. So if we could allow me, and we have an agenda item for budget discussions, just to make sure that I'm allotted some time for that.
Yeah, do you want to do that after the warrant?
Sure,
Okay.
just ask.
Okay, so you have, I think the most recent update of the warrant went out yesterday. It should say, if you're looking at the right one, it should say on the top of it.
So I mailed one, but then we
326.
got a hard copy.
Yeah, oh, yes, you do have a hard copy in front of you. So to explain the color coding, if the article itself has been highlighted in green, that means the select board has already voted to include it on the warrant. The yellow is just really for me to come back to different areas before it goes to print and make sure I check on those spots. So no real meaning to anything in yellow. And the select board, you'll see in some areas you have their approvals, but they haven't weighed in on every article. So the articles are not numbered at this point. They're lettered until we put them in final order. But I would suggest if we just go through one by one, the first is to hear the reports of committees and towns and to accept the reports that are included in the annual town report. I do anticipate that the Stormwater Task Force is going to be giving a short oral presentation to town meeting, and the Budget Task Force as well, giving a report about next steps now of the Budget Task Force as we plan for FY '27. Any questions on that one?
Nope.
Okay. The next article is a new article to Lunenburg. And it's to authorize the town to enter into an agreement with the bank. This is really a fail-safe measure that if we were ever to be short on revenue in town, if revenues dipped and we needed to borrow in anticipation of bringing in those revenues, we would be able to do so. The next one is also similarly a fail-safe mechanism that likely will not need to be employed, and that's to expend a Chapter 90 funds in advance of reimbursement from the state. And as I said, we believe our apportionment for this year will be $690,660.70. I do want to comment here that I am keeping up the new tradition of the interim town manager of including the summaries in the printed handout that go out to folks.
And I like that.
Yeah. Warrant articles are not written in a language that a lot of folks understand what they mean. And so I think putting those summaries in does take a lot of those questions out for folks.
You can use periods.
The next article is our setting the spending limits for our various revolving funds, including the two most recently approved revolving funds. And that's the COA mail site and the parks programming revolving funds. I did have Ezekiel go through and look at actual spendings, and we've made a few minor adjustments here on spending limits.
So why, I'll just ask, the facilities revolving fund, is that a revolving account? The one that the TCP money used to go into it? So I'm just trying to understand government.
It's the type of revolving fund it is, so that's not a true revolving fund. I could send the finance committee the guidelines for which type of revolving funds require spending limits. There is a guideline by DOR. I can forward that to you.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, the next article is to pay expenses from a prior fiscal year. I actually thought I had one because it said July 1st of 2024. And to me, that seems so long ago, but no. So this time I don't have any bills of a prior fiscal year, but I am going to just include in that summary so that voters are aware, just because they don't see one listed here. There may be one that crops up between now and town meeting. That does require a higher threshold vote, 4/5 at town meeting. The FY 2025 budget adjustments, this is here largely as a placeholder for right now. I don't know of any transfers that we'll be making at town meeting.
Is this a article that would be to increase the overall town budget or to make interdepartment?
Interdepartmental transfers, not increasing the bottom line.
Okay, I didn't think we had to do that. I thought we only had to do the, like, kind of, not interdepartment, but
Yeah, this seems like a placeholder. I don't, you have, your omnibus budget provides a substantial level of flexibility for transfers within lines. I think that this probably will be passed over anyways, but it's just a placeholder for right now.
But we also had accounts though outside of the.
Right, that's right, out of the right, you could transfer from other accounts. Fiscal 2025 closeouts, that we had talked about this earlier when we talked about free cash, and this is that special education move-in and the $415,000 to close the snow and ice deficit. The planned funding source for these appropriations is free cash. And I did call out here in the summary that those items, those numbers may change within the motion at town meeting. Lower. Okay. Now we have the FY 2026 capital program. So the total capital program is $1,225,000. There are a number of items here that go in chronological order in alignment with the capital planning committee's recommendations until you get down to number 14. And then where you see jumps from 13 to 15 and 17 to 19 and 20 to 22, that's because the items that were ranked that have been skipped over are of a value that would eliminate the remainder of the listing. So this was the capital plan as put forward by Mr. Terenzini. I largely agree with this plan, and but we talked about it briefly at one of your last meetings, 2 meetings ago, but I'm happy to answer questions if I can about.
Well, we talked about it at the capital plan.
No, but here a couple weeks, I did go over the slides with this group a couple
Okay.
weeks ago, but
I'm getting confused.
that's okay.
Okay, so just any questions specifically on the capital plan?
You have patrol cruiser listed twice, taking place.
There's 2 patrol cruisers.
All right.
There's 2 being replaced, yeah. I think at capital planning, there was a question that was raised about whether the weed treatment qualified for the length of time. And I talked to Chris Ruth, and he is expecting that the raking and mechanical treatment would last more than the requisite amount of time. I do want to call out here that I had a discussion with Representative Scarsdale, and she was collecting earmark requests from her communities in advance of her meeting with Ways and Means, I think was today. And my first request was, I don't think that there should be any earmarking across the Commonwealth this year, and just give us those funds in unrestricted government aid or Chapter 70, which is not going to happen. So that said, if everybody else is getting earmarks, we should too. So I gave her a number of items. The requested target amount was 50,000. I asked what her priority kind of areas were, and I found 4 items and sent forth those 4 items that were already on this capital list for her consideration. And the one that she is trying to obtain funding for is the security system server upgrade at the schools. So if that is funded within the earmarking process, then obviously we can reappropriate that money in a future town meeting.
One thing that I'll mention, and I'm no longer in the Parks Commission, and we should just make sure, because the capital plan titles play a role on the future, on the use of the money.
Mhm.
We had requested money to get the permit for Marshall Pond and Town Beach. And I don't know if Town Beach kind of fell off because I just want to say that at the time, the higher priority for the Parks Commission was to take care of Town Beach. So I don't know, as we move a lot of information around, if it was supposed to be one item, that now someone is now thinking, just verify.
Yeah, I think if I have this correctly, because the town beach is on a great pond, we can't do the mechanical treatment on the great pond. And so that's why this is only on Marshall Pond.
Okay,
But there is the permit, though, that you worked on obtaining does apply to, I believe, both, but
okay,
it's something about the status of it being a great pond.
okay. I just want to, that
Yes, no, it does.
sometimes we added the titles and then we get stuck with one way or the
You're
other.
absolutely correct on
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
So again, the funding source here is being split between three sources: free cash from FY '23 capital program to items that were not used. So transferring that money that's sitting there in the FY '23 capital to the FY '26 capital, and then from taxation. The next article, I'm not sure what's going to happen with this article. I did get background on it. So this is an item that was put forth by the school outside of the capital planning process. There was a little bit of a timing issue, as I understand, with why it came up the way that it did. And the thought here was that if not knowing at the time what our financial condition was, if there was additional free cash available, that we could apportion free cash to this project. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000 project. I believe that the school committee may be withdrawing this article or asking the town to pass over this article at town meeting. We have not got to that point yet, but there is no funding source for this article. So
Is
it's,
this the bulging wall thing?
yes,
Okay.
and the drainage. So the wall and the drainage,
Because
yeah.
That's what's causing. the
Yeah.
wall.
So what would we go out of town meeting with an unbalanced budget, or you would need to?
No, so you could, if this, so first, you'll see that this one is not highlighted in green. So the select board has not voted yet to include this on the warrant. If it was included on the warrant and it has no funding source, I would imagine that the motion would be to pass over. Certainly, somebody could make a floor amendment moving funds from, you could say, instead of allocating $500,000 of certified free cash to the school system, I'm just saying, for example, you're gonna allocate 400,000 and then take $100,000 of free cash to support this article.
Okay.
But I do believe, I think that the school committee is going to ask either for it to be withdrawn or passed over, but I guess we'll see.
Good.
So the next item, and this is, I think we're probably gonna have some discussion, it sounds like, about this item. So these are those three special projects that are living outside of the regular capital planning process. The first one is the decommissioning of a portion of TCP. And I understand the reason why this one didn't go through the regular capital planning process is because it was not known until afterwards that the school department was going to be vacating TCP. So that is what kind of initiated that we can shut down portions of this building, drain the sprinkler system, put up a firewall, and start containing some of the costs associated with operating the structure. As we make, and I know there's a lot of uncertainty about the future of that building, but it's to contain the costs around that. The initial thought by folks was that $300,000 roof repair that was voted at special town meeting, that we could move that to the portion of the building that is going to remain potentially. And I had some great input from folks in the community about how specific that vote was at town meeting, of where exactly the $300,000 roof repair was going to take place, and obviously it would be over the part that we have closed. So we won't be going to the roof repair piece without bringing that $300,000 item back to town meeting potentially in the fall. But I just wanted to, I know that came up at capital planning, and having researched that after the fact, it was quite specific, the vote to repair the roof, the location thereof.
Could you not take that 300 to fund the 75 associated with this?
Well, I think that the goal would be that we would ask town meeting voters to revote the 300,000 for the roof repair on the front portion of the building. As far as I've heard, the thought is that that portion of the building would remain in a future whatever, even if the back portion of the building were to be demolished. But I think the Municipal Building Design Committee or some others really need to weigh in on, we have tenants in this building right now. We have users, so both internal tenants and external tenants. They don't have another location for the time being. And obviously there's a lot up in the air with the vote that we're going to be getting to on the municipal building design that would change some of those things. So there's a lot in flex with the future of TCP. You've heard from the public about the cemetery road network repairs. The DPW director had put in a capital request for $225,000 to repair and repave the roadway system throughout the cemeteries. That was not supported within the capital plan. So this $50,000, the director was still, as I understand, still looking for funds to do some repair for the worst areas of the road network within the cemetery. So removing those really bad areas with this funding.
So I will say, like, I understand the TCP coming up as a pop-up out of the capital planning process. But the cemetery roads was on the capital plan process
Mhm.
in two things. One, we voted not to rank it highly.
Mhm.
But two, you have the authority to add your own ranking to the capital planning.
I think that I would say to that the smaller repair was not considered by the CPC though. So you considered a very different project. It's in the same location doing similar work, but it wasn't under consideration by CPC. That's why I think it's living in its own article. I mean, if we're looking for $50,000 for a grant writer,
I would rather this 1,000 go to a grant writer.
So.
Is it really that urgent that it needs to be done this year? I mean, it went to the capital camp, I'm a process guy, and the committee said no, or said it's not as important as other things. So now they come back and say, well, okay, we just want a little bit. I mean, can it be brought to the capital next year as a smaller project, or bring it back as the full project with, saying we now need it? To me, it was given us the shot in the beginning, and unless there's something new we found out that says if we don't put this $50,000 in, we're going to have $500,000 worth of work next year.
So in full transparency, I have not put my own set of eyes on the roads to look with my own eyes. But in talking about this with the director, he did feel strongly that he would like to still go forward with this 50,000 request to repair the worst of the worst.
Is this North Cemetery or South?
I'm going to ask John Bowen. I think it's north.
The cemetery.
Yeah.
It's not the worst of the worst. I'll make that comment. Drive through. It's not the worst of the worst. You have trees pushing that up.
Okay, so the other thing I would say cemetery related is I did drive through South Cemetery this past weekend. And if I were gonna put many money into cemetery, I would fix the gravestones that are cracked, fallen over, et cetera, over fixing roads. So I think part of being our representative on the cemetery commission, I think one of the things that led me to vote any of these cemetery items low is I see no cemetery plan. Right, so just little fixes here and little fixes there. A couple years ago, there was a $600,000 wall that they wanted to build. There's just no plan, right? So that's why I'm not inclined to do it. And so yeah, so I think, I don't know how the cemetery works funding wise as well as others do either, but especially on things like gravestone repairs, especially on like, these are like really old gravestones, right? If you drive through there.
The historic kind of.
I think they're
Yeah.
historic kind of
Same
thing.
in North Cemetery.
I just haven't driven through North Cemetery, but
It's terrible.
Is the
And-
town responsible for historic cemetery stones?
I don't think the town is
Um,
responsible for the repair, but if repair, like, you're not required to repair them, but if repair work was to be undertaken, it would have to be undertaken by and through the town, if that makes sense. So you're not
Just the historic stones
yeah,
that have been
yeah.
deemed historic.
So, there are, communities get grants often for
They-
these and to
get
repair
grants.
these. Huh?
but we could
Yeah,
use the
grants for the-
$50,000
for the
to write a
grant.
grant, right?
To fix.
Now we got multipliers.
Right, and manage it. We don't want to be giving.
I mean,
money.
I-
Needs to be a bigger.
I think that, I haven't really fully considered, having heard it here tonight for the first time, of the swapping of the $50,000 fund from this as it's a portion now or to the grant writer. And I think before I kind of give my off the cuff opinion, I'd like to
That's fair.
think about it a little bit.
My own personal opinion is I do think the 75,000 on TC Passios is wise, because we're throwing money at that building. We do need to start the process of decommissioning it somehow, or making it whatever its future state needs to be.
We gotta
Yeah.
reduce our liability with it.
Pardon?
We gotta reduce our liability with it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Even just the cost to keep it from freezing, right? It's
Yeah.
we'll avoid those. The last one is the upgrading the neighborhood codes for the department, under the Department of Revenue directives for the Board of Assessors. And that's really that we have been directed to go through the entire coding of communities where we code the neighborhoods and update them, and that requires outside assistance to do that. So
So it's
that,
not like a finding, it's a directive of finding, like, you
Yes.
better do it or else?
yes.
Okay.
And we have a number of them that we need to accomplish before the next full reevaluation.
That's 5 years from now,
Mhm.
because we just had one, right?
Right, so this is probably going to be something that we are going to be funding. Okay, we've done this directive. What's the cost associated with the next directive? Can we do it in-house or not? But that more potential costs associated with compliance with those directives. But no, we have to do it before the next full reevaluation.
Does
Hey,
these have to be bundled together like this? I mean, you're requesting them to pass as a bundle. I mean, this is like putting a zoo and a swimming pool in the same.
You mean
So-
articles?
Yeah, like this this article, like it has 3 things to pass. You have to pass all 3 of these.
you don't have to pass all 3.
Not this one.
No.
People can.
You can make motions. Yep,
Okay.
yep. So even we could, for example, let's say, for argument's sake, let's say I don't switch this to grant writer for $50,000 and it remains as is. But between now and town meeting, I say, I want to change that. So what I probably would be advised by council I could not do is I probably could not switch from Cemetery Road Network to a grant writer, because the warrant hasn't put people on enough notice that that's possible to be discussed. But what I could do is we could draft this motion, and the motion that would be read would say to approve only the 2 items and for the lesser dollar amount. And then that's how you would excerpt one that's printed and just approved too. That could also happen by a floor amendment. So the Marshall Park debt exclusion, you had the separate presentation here. So I think you pretty well know what this is. We have, so this is language now officially from bond counsel. There is a question that we still have to work out with bond counsel, and that's where there is the potential for a smaller project being approved at town meeting, how we print that on the warrant, because by the time we print the election warrant,
The ballot, you mean?
the ballot, yes, the ballot question on the election warrant, do we print both on there? Because by the time it's printed, that's in advance of town meetings vote, so we don't know what the outcome is there. I think Ezzy did share with the finance committee the impact of multiple borrowing iterations. I have not had a chance to look through and digest that as of yet and how they impact your policies, but you do have them to see if this one passes and this one doesn't, if it's this year, if this length of term and not. So various different options there.
Yeah, one thing I would like, and I'd like it quickly, to be presented at next meeting, maybe, but maybe even in advance of that, so I can start to draft
Is the impact.
is how we relate, well, maybe the impact is in the thing, but so which one borrowing, which of those scenarios do we prefer? Because then the impact is in there. But the second thing is, how does that relate to the 4%, 11% and 14% policy?
How it directly relates to your policies.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, are we within that 14% policy? What are we at?
Okay. Yep.
And the 11%?
Next up is the municipal building design debt exclusion. Also heard on that.
And that would be the same, obviously. Those
right,
two have to come
right.
together.
Then we have the omnibus budget. I have not filled in on the bottom here where the money comes from, but you've heard a very long presentation on that. The next item is the free cash transfer to the Lunenburg Public Schools. So that is sitting at its own article, separate and aside, so that we can have that language that it's subject to a Proposition 2.5 overrides failure. So if the override, if there was some talk of could we transfer the money to the school regardless of the override and hold it in escrow? No, we're gonna have a condition within the motion that if the override passes, the money doesn't go. And then the next item is, was a placeholder that I had put on if for a town and school override. I did not remove it because I have not had that discussion with the select board as of yet about officially removing this off the warrant, but I would imagine that that is not going to be on the warrant after Tuesday. All right. The next item is addressing a couple of positions within the salary administrative plan. One is the communications and IT manager. We talked about that earlier in the context of the budget. So that is in a different position than the person is currently in, a different title and with more responsibilities. So it has been placed there at a grade 12. And the DPW director position regraded from a 16 to a 17. The assistant town manager will be presenting on that next week if folks are interested in more details. But essentially the DPW director is to try to bring him more in line with competitive salaries for his position. And then the SAP adjustment, that's the COLA for the SAP employees. I still have X% there because I have not presented it officially yet, but it's likely to be 3% instead of the 2.5.
It'll be great if, when you have that information too, if you could give us the compound increases that they have received over the past 5 years.
For the SAP only?
Yeah, well, that's the one we were voting.
Yeah, right.
Just,
because-
I hear everything you said is just,
Yep.
Thank you.
I think last year it wasn't an increase. I think, so some of them might not just be percentage increase. I think last year
It was an increase in.
It
staff.
was a removal of step one off the pay plan. And,
Yep.
and so then you add a new one. So it's not a percent increase, it's a restructuring of the actual grid, but
It was getting us up to the minimum wage.
Yep.
The bottom step at the minimum wage.
yeah. So next is allowing holiday pay for call firefighters. This is to assist with a little shift coverage. It is likely to have a low financial impact. The fire chief estimated it was about $7,000 maximum impact here. But it may be less than that. It's really just to help get coverage for those holiday shifts. A little bit more incentive to come and cover a Sunday holiday. The next articles, the motion is likely to be to pass over these articles. I have language at the bottom after explaining what these fund types are, that due to the plan transfer free cash to the Lunenburg Public Schools for FY '26, the plan motion is to pass over this article at the annual town meeting.
S.
So S and T.
Okay.
But again, anybody could make a floor amendment, right? So we don't know ultimately what's going to happen. We are choosing to pass over them, but somebody may not.
I mean, you could choose not to have them on the warrant and.
I think it's important to show the public what we are foregoing to do the free cash transfer to the schools.
Okay.
For those that are not watching as intimately. Then there's the OPEB transfer in accordance with the policy, financial policies of $22,500 is Article U. Article V we've talked about is to establish the compensated absence fund. And then following that is Article W. So if established, it would be to fund it with the $10,000. Article X is to transfer funds to the OPEB Sewer Trust Fund. This is for those staff whose jobs are touching anything with the sewer enterprise. So the sewer enterprise supports that portion of their OPEB. And then next you have a number of sewer specific articles. So it's the FY '26 sewer enterprise. Total budget there of $1,886,150.22. A transfer into the sewer I&I stabilization fund. And that's $19,104.40. Sewer reserve capacity stabilization fund, $5,133.15. The next article is supports the pay-as-you-throw program. And so taking the pay-as-you-throw revenues and applying them to the program, and that's $500,000. So the total trash and recycling program between the two sources is about $1 million for trash and recycling.
I don't know if you want to know this, but I'll tell you. Groton has it's similar in size to Lunenburg, and they do have a recycling program that's partially subsidized in the trash program, and they're only transferring about, I think, 200,000 to offset recycling. So there are other methods out there.
Yeah, no, I think that this is definitely an area that is ripe for consideration in the context of an override, about how to shift as much of it as possible off of taxation.
Yeah, especially for a service delivered versus public roads that everybody's using.
Correct. Correct.
It'll be great if we don't talk about the word override a lot, because I get the.
Okay, let me rephrase. This will be discussed in context of cost-saving measures for
love
FY
that.
'27.
Much better.
Next is to support the water enterprise, 45,000. And then the PEG programming, our PAC committee filming us tonight. As you heard from the chair of the committee, the anticipated revenues coming in are not supporting the program in full. And so they are dipping into their retained earnings. or their enterprise funds, sorry, to support the program. We're gonna have to keep an eye on this. The public has a high expectation of the services that are provided through PAC. And as the industry changes, we're getting less and less revenues from the cable providers. So,
Stopped funding them last month.
you
I
know,
cut the cord. Sorry.
you're kind of late to the game.
I know I am. Saved $200, so.
This next article is going to be very long in the warrant once fully replaced. It's a full repeal and replace of the entire floodplain map. This is a requirement that we update this map this year. There is an impact to about 20 homes. And those folks are going to be notified separately. And next is another required article. This one now is in final language, the accessory dwelling unit update. So this is to align our bylaw with the state law. And if we don't do this, the state law still prevails. It just becomes incredibly difficult for folks who are trying to look at our bylaw and decide what they can and cannot build. So it's to marry the two.
On the floodplain thing, what do we do as a town to approve it? I mean, do we examine it? Does it have public meetings? I don't.
Yeah, all through the planning board, public hearings through the planning board. I believe that public hearing has already occurred. And when the floodplain maps are updated, we are mandated to
Right.
make the update. The next articles are obviously not to amend Massachusetts general laws. That's how they were submitted, but council is working on redrafting both of these. So you may recall there were some changes to some of the tax exemptions put forth by the Board of Assessors last year. And when they made those changes, they inadvertently dropped out the automatic COLAs. And so this is so they made some positive changes, but then accidentally that part dropped off. So this is to bring the COLAs forward. We have a citizens petition related to the Cemetery Commission and changing of their powers and duties, or further defining their powers and duties.
There would be no financial impact on that one, right?
Not that I can see, but I wouldn't want to say no, but I can't see a financial impact.
Okay.
And lastly is the petitioned override.
Any question on any of the warrant items? So just for the newer members, what we will do is next week, we will vote on each of them. We tend to vote either recommend approval, recommend disapproval, defer to town meeting, which means then we will vote publicly in front of everyone, or find no financial impact. So those are the four that we typically do. I don't know, maybe there's some other variants that we've done over the years, but
And Mr. Chairman, when you get me those votes, if I'm not here recording them myself, if they're not unanimous, if I could just know.
yep,
the-
yeah, we'll
the
keep score.
number.
We'll
Yeah,
have a
exactly. Thank you.
scorecard for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that will be next week. We'll also have public hearing as well. So again, we kind of have rolling public hearing, but this is an official public hearing.
For that, I would imagine I'm not presenting again, but here for any questions.
Yeah, we tend to usually do public hearing the same time that we do the final budget.
Yep.
But, this year's a
Crazy.
little out of sequence, so we will just open it up for
Okay.
any debate, I guess.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so I think we owe you everything you said by the 7th.
At the absolute latest. Like I need it to go to the printer during business hours on the 7th.
4:59.
They might close at 3.
Okay, so any final questions for town manager? Okay, Anna, you wanted to present something. This would be under just general budget discussions.
Yes, and I have I'm gonna share my screen with a
Okay,
Zoom.
Zoom. I see there. Oh, hold on. I'm I have the thing muted.
The whole computer, not just the Zoom.
Yeah, but this is a Mac. Where
you
is
gotta mute your mic, your speakers.
I did that, but it's it's on the presentation that has the mic. I think that's what it is. Okay. Let me see if I see where that button is on the presentation. Oh. Is this it? I might just show it and not do the presentation as a in the presenting mode. It's just people at home may not see it as well until I figure out what that's. Oh, it might be the same thing. I'll try one more time. Is it? How about now? Oh, much better.
Anna, this is Dave Palacios. You just need to mute your computer audios.
There's a Mac, that's the problem. You Mac users.
I'm not. Okay, I think it's all set now, right?
That looks good, yeah.
Okay. So it is.
Can you go full screen or something?
Yep, I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
Okay, so I spent a lot of time reviewing the school department budget. And in the end, the goal of this presentation is to have a ask from the FinCom to the school department. And I just thought I would organize in the presentation so that you all could see what I'm talking about. So this was my review of the school budget, and I utilized data that's there. And I just called out this slide, the FinCom, what is our job? But basically, we're supposed to advise town meeting and to review expenditures and make that decision. One thing I want to say right out of the bat is that the teachers' salary increase are not the primary driver of rising education costs. Between 2020 and now, school costs has increased by 23.8%, and teacher raises has only increased, including the 4.5% of the past year, by 15.2%. So the majority of the increases are not going to support the teachers. So I just want to get that out of the way because I did this for myself, so just we all know. So that was just recapping that overall there's been 23%, which is quite a
Can I ask
bit.
a quick question? Is that teachers or all school staff?
This was teacher.
Just teachers?
Yeah, and
That's-
this
that's-
is based on their contract and not necessarily how much school is spending. So
So that's the contract adjusted,
Right. not how much the school,
not the budget line.
No.
Okay, so, all right.
okay,
So that's an individual average teacher.
yes.
Not including teachers that have been added full salaries. These are just,
This is just based on their contract.
okay.
Based on their contract, they have received a compound of 15.92% since 2020, and the overall school expenses have increased by 23.8%. Next, when I started reviewing the school department budget, I had a lot of questions. Here are some of my questions that I was trying to answer. What is the school department head count? We know they're cutting some staff, but I don't know what the percentage is of that overall. The school department health insurance cost increase doesn't align with the schools. I personally feel like I need to understand that a little bit better because I think their level service budget is about 21% versus the 14. And now I understand why the town budget only went up by 7%. what is the financial impact of the teacher headcount reduction? So one thing I have not seen it is, when you cut a specific line item by a percentage, you just usually see how much of that line item. We have seen where the increases were that led to needing to cut some teachers, but I actually want to know what is the total, because all the cuts that are being proposed, they should live inside of the FY25 budget. So, this is part of my goal of trying to understand how come cost has increased this much in just 1 year. I do want to understand what are the budgeting practices around the estimated lines, such as private tuitions, collaborative tuitions. How did we arrive at the FY26 estimate? Some of these tuitions, I think there is one line for the level service budget in particular is a total of an increase of 600,000. But over the years since 2020, we have not spent more than 250,000. So my question is, what is your budget practice on this? And then, how can we have such a large deficit? I've been looking at their budgets quite a bit. And, and the biggest question that I have with some of these questions is how can we prevent that for next year? So those are the questions that I had sort of at the beginning. And what I think, I have 4 requests that this is what I'm hoping that I'll get from that this group will have for the school department, which is to provide an employee headcount from 2020 to 2025, including from all funding sources. I can show you, I did find other school departments that have provided something like that, and it is showing. This is from Hudson. They had a really nice little graph. Whenever that uploads, I'll show it. I don't know if you guys want to necessarily see it. I think it's page 56. But, something like this. FY20, we had this many employees. FY25, we have that many. And just an overall idea, what is our headcount?
I do like that. And you and I had talked about this over the weekend. I wonder if FY19 would be a better year to start from, because it's interesting to me to say, how do we start to align to the pre-COVID staffing levels over time? Because we're pretty flat on enrollment, perhaps declining over, the last some years. So perhaps FY19 would get that data point in there.
Yeah, if you remember, FY20 was voted in it started in 19, right? So.
But you're looking for actuals, not budget.
I'm looking for actuals, yeah.
Yeah.
So, so I lost that presentation. And
That is a good trend. I like the way that Hudson did that.
yeah, so it was another thing. Okay, so that's my first request. I just want to understand, because, talking about cuts is one thing. Are we cutting 10%? Are we cutting 15%? I don't know. And I think that's an important question to have answered. The next thing is present a comprehensive budget, operational budget for FY25 and 26. I didn't want to get carried away. That encompasses all the school department operations, irrespective of funding sources. So one thing that I'll elaborate a little bit on this one is we have seen some expenses that get moved in and out of the budget, and the athletic department is one. And the reality is the town is receiving services that encompasses the grants, everything. And when something goes away, we got to make a decision if we are going to fund it or not, or how we're going to fund it. But right now, we don't know how big is the school budget. And that's part of that request, is just put all your expenses in one page, put all your revenues in another page, and let's see what that is so we can understand our liabilities. The next thing is the detail of revenue sources, respective of purpose of origin. Again, it goes with the previous one. The last one is something that we're going to understand as I go through the presentation, is that future budget presentations to the FinCom show the changes from the last public presented budget to the FinCom, not just the latest budget version approved by the school committee. This approach ensures consistency, transparency, and alignment. And we're gonna see a couple examples of that, but this is just a good budget practice, and I'll show you examples. But anyway, I do find this request to be important, ensures some transparency and accountability, supports accurate budget analysis, which is our job, allows us to better assess the financial risks of all the expenses that we have, and aids the decision-making, especially the last point with the second consecutive year of significant deficits impacting staff and services. We need to fully understand what we are funding and what we are not. And I think this is important. So, so I just want to go through some of the things. I wish I had all these answers and I didn't have any questions. I have gone back to the superintendent and asked her for some information, but I find that there's enough missing information that I cannot make a true assessment of the budget. So I'm calling this reconciling information, health insurance increase. We know why the town side is only 7.8% and not 14%, but the school health insurance side, it has a 16% for their reduced budget and a 22% on their regular. I personally would like to understand, more details about how that information was put together and so forth. Eliminated positions. I have gone to the superintendent and asked about were the eliminated added positions since 2021. And she did share with us some information on the school department presentation that she gave us last week. There is also a school department budget analysis that they shared in the school committee. These are hyperlinks to all the documents I'm talking about. I will be happy to share this presentation afterwards if you want to check them. But basically, this was a head count presentation that they gave it in the school committee meeting, and it had this graph. On that presentation, they said, and I actually asked her, the superintendent last week about, if we cut 27 teachers, we're going to be going back to 2019 or 20 numbers. And she said, yes. So at that point, I was thinking they're cutting 27 teachers. Okay. Then within the school department presentation they gave us last week, they also gave us this list of positions. So I got these positions, I put it in a little pivot table on Excel, and according to this list, there are 12 teachers, 12 roles for a sum of 9.6 full-time students positions. So my question, I'm left with more questions as I try to find answers. Are we cutting 27 teachers? Are we cutting 12 the full-time? So this was quite a bit. So anyway, I documented that. I couldn't find the answer. Again, I'm on staff. Staff is the biggest part of the school budget. And on their presentation, within their presentations, this was also from their budget analysis. They had this little pie chart, and I think 2 meetings ago, she said, oh yeah, all the salaries are represented on the pie chart. Okay, so for FY25, the pie chart represents $14.9 million in salaries. And again, I'm just trying to figure out the impact of staff reduction. But then I looked at the FY25 budget that was given to us for the FY26, and FY25 budget salaries is budget as 17 million. So I don't know the difference here is. I'm left again with more questions than answers. For their FY26, on that same presentation, it was represented that there would be a $15.6 million in salaries. But their actual FY26 school committee approved budget, the total salary line is 16.6. So I couldn't reconcile that information. Still on I went for another source, it's still on the same presentation about staff. This is an staff representation that they have of all the school buildings and for FY 26 and 25 and the head counts. I was like, okay, this is good information. I'm looking for this. And so the primary school, the elementary school, which is Turkey Hill, the middle school, the high school. And then I realized they had not included central office. So I emailed the superintendent and said, can you give me a similar slide that represents the central office? And I did say on my email, I did copy and paste on that email that my goal is to add all these slides and get to the total budget line item. And she did send me, I did have to zoom in a little bit. She did send me that slide with the head counts and the total for FY 25 and 26. So I'm like, okay, great. I have the information that I need. So then I added out the totals on the slides for FY 25 and 26. And again, I'm not getting a number that matches. So I don't have that information yet. And I did try to go several ways about to answer to find information that I could reconcile, and I wasn't able to. Okay, so then I moved on to getting the information that she gave us on staff reductions. On the list that she gave us, which is on the presentation that was, school budget presentation to FinCon, she represented, and when I say represented, it's just that's the information that's given to us. I'm not saying it was a misrepresentation. The information given to us, that a position called instructional coach, specialist coach math was added in 22. There was a reduction in 25. There was another reduction in 26. I was like, okay, we hired one, we're letting go of two. There was likely another one and, more staff on the budget prior to 22. I did look at her slide for central office. If it is the account, if the central office that I think she's talking about is the same as the 2112, 2110, but I saw that there were two positions. So then I started looking at the budgets, prior year's budget, to see what that was there. So for FY 22, I'm going to just zoom in towards the end. It's under curriculum, special education director. I do have a link to the budget there. This was taken straight from the school committee website. There was for FY 22, $67,000. All right, so like here is $67,000. I don't know if this is one position, two positions, half a time position, but it's there. So then I kept following the budget for FY 23. Now we have that position that was 67 for FY 23, 70,000. I was like, okay, I'm seeing, that position there. For FY 24, and this was a presentation that is called out as FY 24 approved budget, it was 91,000. So there was about 30% increase. I don't know if it's more hours, another person, a half a person, but this is what was shown on the budget. So then I went to the FY 25 budget, and this was the FY 25 April 3rd budget. And this was not the override budget. So I just want to make sure we are clear on that. And this is the budget that's listed on the school website. Again, there's a link there. That position is listed as 91 for FY 24, which matches what we had on the previous slide, and 125,000 for FY 25. And that's another 35% increase, which again, I don't know if it's a raise, full-time, what have you. I'm just getting numbers here and jotting down. This is a lot more organized than my notes were. So then I went and I took a look at the FY 26 budget, and I saw that position there. FY 25, 125, FY 26, 128. I was like, okay, we're here. But along those lines, and this is something I would like to understand, I noticed that FY '24 was now 121. So what made me highlight this was this. For FY '24, this position was 91,000 as of April of 2024. And between that and today, when we received now that position with 3 months left on the fiscal year, it had a big jump. And I don't know what happened. And this is, the retroactive thing kind of like is what really caught my attention there. So I kept going. I did one more, and then that's when I stopped. I was like, I think I need to get a more comprehensive budget so I'm not getting lost in rabbit holes of every single position here. The athletic director, I looked up the athletic director because that's a position I know it didn't exist as a separate position when my kids, who the last one graduated about 9 years ago, that was not a position there. So I was like, I'm sure I can see some changes on that. So in for FY 18, that position did not exist in the budget. For FY 19, it looks like that position was hired for 49,000, and it looks like it was hired in FY 18. Now, it's important to mention this school committee does have the authority to assign the budget the way they want. I'm not saying that anything was done improper. I'm just saying that, the school year, I'm just going through the motions of reviewing budgets. And that's what we saw for FY 19. Then this is also an FY 19. The reason this here is that this slide is here. This is the athletic department FY 19 budget, which apparently they used to have presentations of. And here there was a question for me, which was, did they use revolving funds to pay for the athletic director? So that's why this here. This budget includes revolving funds and taxpayer money, and it does not look like the athletic director was paid outside the regular town budget. It was just this one here, 49,000. Like, okay, we're good with this. And then in FY 19, this is the actual. So it looks like we stayed on that. Then we went for FY 20. And this is where I'm getting towards my end of my presentation. I want to call this out, and I did type my call out. So for FY 20, that position was presented to be $82,000. So that position was made, I'm going to assume full-time because I know we only have one person on that position. So the position was made full-time after town meeting and after budget season when this body sees the budget. The following year, when the FinCom had the opportunity to review the new proposed budget, the position was shown as full-time from 2019. So the scrutiny that we usually go through every other town department of give me, are you increasing someone to full-time or not? Because the budget practice of just showing the last approved school budget, we miss it just by their budget school practice. So I think that goes back to my request that going forward, they're showing us the difference between the last budget they presented us and the new budget. So that if there is any big increases that happen that way, it'll be easier for us to spot and we don't have to go into past years to see what happened. So then I looked at the FY 21 budget and it did get interesting again. So this is for FY 21. So now we learned that the athletic director actually became full-time in 2019 and not in 2020 as it was presented on April 3rd, 2019. So, in the end of the day, it was, I was like, I cannot, I just need one budget that I'm not going back to years of documentation. And this is my review and assessment that I do not have sufficient verifiable data to fully understand the operations of the school department or a detailed breakdown of its finances and budget practices. As a result, I'm unable to make a comprehensive I cannot able to comprehensively assess the shifts in the proposed budget for FY 25, 26, and the override budget. I do want to again acknowledge that the school committee has the authority to adjust the school budget and its allocation. I want to emphasize I'm not at all implying any misconduct or ill intent by any member of the school committee or school department staff. Is simply my request that was on that first page is simply because the finance committee's role is to analyze the budget impacts and provide guidance to town meeting based on information currently available. And that's my presentation is really if we could, as a committee, because I have gone back to the superintendent, and by the way, the superintendent has been very accommodating to all my requests that I have, that she has accommodated. There will not be enough pieces of information that she can give me that I think would give me the information I need. So that's my request. Do we think that we can elaborate these 4 requests to the school department? Is that something you guys are comfortable? What are your thoughts? I only did the presentation because I wanted to organize all of this in the way that I could follow.
So let me just ask. I think there's two things jump out at me. One is that the budget that was presented to us has errors in it, just potentially errors, or the salary lines, like that
Well,
whole analysis you did on the FY 25 salary versus what's in the spreadsheet. It's
so,
like this year, is there an error somewhere in there?
so not on the spreadsheet, because I did verify the spreadsheet. Like I resummed everything. I think what I don't have is the budget analysis presentation that she gave, which was the holding document to support her. And when I say her, I am speaking about the superintendent. She gave a presentation that is the school budget analysis, and the information there does not match her budget. So I don't have any supporting information that.
I think the presentation given to us should be in the end reflective of the budget in its details.
Right.
And I think that is something that could be an immediate action to go ask to reconcile for.
So.
But let me just finish. So that's like, I want to separate that from something that could be maybe a longer term off-season ask associated with the way that budgets are prepared and the way that data is presented to us. And I will say that last year's budget was a complete anomaly because we were just flipping spreadsheets amongst everyone. This year's budget presentations to us was wholly inadequate. And the ones to the schools was like 1 million hyperlinks that is impossible to kind of navigate through. And I did go back to years past, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and the budget presentations flowed. They flowed as well as the town managers did tonight. So I do think that there's a longer term how data is presented to us and how it is then also reflected in the detailed budgets. I don't think that that's something we can tackle in the next couple weeks, but I do think that if it's something that's related to our comprehension of the budget and our recommendation for the budget, then we should tackle those things immediately.
Yeah, I think that budget practice is a future request.
Okay.
I think the first 3 lines of that that I elaborated as a request is something that it should be done for this year. Because I'll bring that back.
You don't have to bring it back up.
Yeah,
Just ask,
so-
like because we got other business and it's getting late, but if there's a longer term ask.
I think
we
the
should
number
deal with
4,
it
yeah,
after.
number 4 is a long-term ask. I think 2 and 3 are relevant to this year, and I do think 1 would make the analysis easier.
Okay, so what I would ask then is pose those questions for 2 and 3 immediately, because they do relate to the budget and our comprehension of the budget. That's in front of us right now. CC me like you've done so far, but I would say go ahead and do that. And then I do like your thought on how budgets should be presented to us going forward. And this is something that we took up like 2 or 3 years ago. But last year, everything blew up last year. And this year, a little bit of recovery, in my opinion.
That was my fault. Well, you know, if it's, Chris, thank you for your support. I do, again, there we go. Every time you change the screen, it does that. If it's possible, I wonder if the other members of the committee could speak, you know, if they think this is a reasonable ask, because I don't want to be bothering, like, you know, this is I'm not even here. I mean, I'm less time here than Jen is in town. And I just want to make sure this is the committee, you know, the other members support, you know, 1, 2, and 3. And, you know, and I try to give the information why I think this is important for FY25 and FY26 budget analysis. So I don't know if any members have any thoughts on that. Any other members?
I'll say real quickly, that's impressive. Very impressive. That's a lot of work. That's crazy. So that's very good. I was like, okay. I agree with Chris that we can't just be targeting school department on policies and procedures on budget submissions. We should be holding all of our departments accountable to the same process, to the same amount of information that we get, as detailed as we want it.
And by the way, I agree with that. So just so we know,
But do they have time? I feel like they've presented to us over and over and over. Is there gonna be anything different that they're gonna present again? Is it gonna be more?
so the main thing, one thing that has been a problem with the budget, not a problem. So when you look at the school department budget, by the way, I just want to circle back. The sewer department presents budget where it's comprehensive of all their operations and funding sources. So I do think it is possible. It's just right now what's missing is parts of their operations in their budget. And what happens, and I'll use the athletic department as an example, they used to fund certain items under some of their revolving accounts. And now all of a sudden, part of the $200,000 plus increase in transportation is because their revolving fund no longer can support that. So they moved the entire line to the town-funded, taxpayer-funded line. So we put that in because they are able, they have so all they need to do is to really list all their budget lines of all their funding. In fact, guess what? I made a template.
I'm not shocked.
I made a template which it has their budget, their FY26 budget there, and I listed some of the other lines that I know exist, like extended day. You know, I'll give you another one is the school lunch. You know, since 2020 has been funded by the state. You know, like I don't know what that. I would like to know what's that amount. In case that goes away, we gotta know if next year we're going to be asking, you know, we're going to be needing to fund that. But I don't know if that's 200,000 or 1.5. So I do think that information is easy. 2 and 3 are relatively easy. And I do have a template that I can send it to them. And I don't know how they keep records of their stuff.
So what's the ask for them to come here and present again?
You know,
Provide us.
I clearly can do a spreadsheet. You send me a spreadsheet that's included. I can break it down and make the
And then
presentation.
Okay, so I want to say like, again, we have hard deadlines coming up next week. I can't deal with longer term actions right now. I don't want to talk about them. What is the immediate ask related to this? I think the one thing that jumped out on me is that their budget presentation did not reflect the line items. And I walked away from that last week's meeting very confused about the fact that we didn't even get a budget presentation out of that. And it didn't tie back to the one prior. And when you were showing that data, it shows that it's inconsistent. So I think an immediate ask is to get to send me the final budget presentation that ties out to the actual budget. I think the rest of the stuff, we're not gonna get by next week, and we don't have the time to deliberate on it between now and town meeting. So I think going forward, I'm in agreement with all of it. I do think number one, though, is extremely important as it relates to the override. Because I think that I think there's a lot of saying we've cut positions, but if you go back, they added a ton of positions from fiscal 20 up through 24. And really what we're doing is right sizing back to fiscal 20.
I don't know that, but eh, anyway, Jay, do you have any thoughts on these things?
Well, yeah, I like what you did, having, accurate information and accurate data is important, and having the head count and going back, like you said, to like 2020, so you can have a comparison is a good idea. The school department has, the biggest staff and the biggest infrastructure, and they take up, well, 52 to 55% of the budget. So these are good questions to ask, and the information from them needs to be accurate and detailed so we can compare it.
Okay.
So I would support doing this, yes.
How about you, Tom?
Yeah, if the information isn't accurate, then you can't make good decisions about how we're gonna recommend or not recommend. Historically, the school department is it, and the school committee are unorganized on their budget. Last year was really bad, and for a lot of reasons. Plus, we didn't have a finance person in the school department last year. It is definitely something that I've always been concerned about, hence wanting somebody to buy a budget software where you don't have items that don't add up because they can't. Hidden cells that that are actually part of the total, but you don't have it, or vice versa. It's, you have a huge budget, and doing it on the Excel spreadsheet doesn't seem very businesslike. So, but like you said, I agree. Just give us the numbers, give us the presentation that lines up with the numbers so we can see it this year. And then we can talk about all the other things you mentioned over the summer.
All right, Jean, do you have any thoughts?
Again, I just, mirror what other people have said, and you did a great job. And for this year, I think the very gist of it is that they have to tell us what the real numbers are. And I don't know if there's confusion because of what happened last year, and Gilson had a hard time going over it, and again with the software they use. But there's got to be a way that they can rectify the budget for this year. And as Chris said, that's an important consideration for any override. And to the extent they can do that, it would be helpful to all of us.
I do think if
Yeah.
they,
Mike, just give Mike,
am I the chair?
just,
All right, so I do think,
Mike.
I do think that, if they are voting for an override, that they support an override, I do think we need all of this data. And this is the details that's needed, for us to review. I do think that if it's just the town manager's budget, they've gone through a lot to try to say how they might fit into that. But it's aligned with normal percentage increases that we've seen historically. I don't think we need to scrutinize it as much as if it is an override. But yeah, Mike, what is your thoughts?
Pretty much what you're gonna say there is, the budget's huge. We all get that. Tons of line items there. Maybe there's some miscommunication, miscalculation, who knows? But I would like to see kind of a final, something accurate. I mean, if we're gonna comment on a $2 million override on a budget that we're kind of looking at, seeing a lot of gray areas. I'm not comfortable doing that, right?
Right,
Hmm.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Anna, do you have my authority to ask for what you want?
Okay.
On this conversation.
All right, I mean, it seems like the committee feels the same way, and I'll elaborate something around and I'll CC you,
Okay,
and I'll drop it. So this presentation, I have links for everything, all the documents that have been posted. I'm happy to share.
Yeah.
It does have a lot of transitions, so I might have to just put it on separate slides because transitions look funny on.
so what I would ask is, in the budget material folder,
Okay,
I know you created like a little subfolder where you were throwing some stuff in.
I have a lot of stuff there.
I know. But what I would ask is that this specific presentation, because we deliberated it on it tonight,
Mm.
is added into the budget folder, not in, where you're storing some temporary files.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
it does. I will clean it so that it can be saved in the permanent form, and it shows everything.
Okay, because anyone in the public can ask now for.
Yeah, I'm happy to,
Because it's part of the record.
sure.
Okay,
One more comment.
sure.
One of the recommendations of the budget task force was, a deep dive into the budget and perhaps, for future considerations, this maybe the school department needs an outside source to assist with presenting a budget, an accurate budget. And perhaps maybe that's where grant money can come in.
You talking about like an audit?
Well, they talked about a deep dive into, both town and school side, but if we're seeing inaccuracies in the school budget, where it is such a big budget, they haven't had a finance director, they have a changeover in help. Sometimes it's, to have an outside source to review your work and make recommendations, might be helpful.
Yeah, I'm not doing this. Thank you, Chris, for allowing me the time.
Yeah, no, thank you for doing all that work too.
That was all in my head, so it was good to put it out.
I know you had to get it out. Okay, so the next thing I want to talk about is under new business is the Finance Committee Annual Report. So I've been spending a lot of time in my car and on walks outside of town because we have nowhere to walk in town because of our parks aren't great. Thinking about what to write in this annual report. And I think we have two options, or maybe three options. We have the option of putting out something that we need to approve as a board next week. That would still have questions related to it, but would, in my mind, would kind of highlight for the voters what the critical items are that they need to come to town meeting to go on. And I think, there's a Prop 2.5 override, obviously, and two borrowing articles. And I think those things have to be highlighted throughout the, what's in the warrant. And then we can do a little bit of the normal, like what's the overall budget, what, et cetera, right? But I think that those three things are probably the critical things that the Finance Committee needs to alert the public as to, where we are on that. And to a large extent, I think those three things are very personal as to whether you support them or not, right? And there's gonna be a lot of, debate and et cetera at town meeting and that sort of thing. So we may not have a position yet at the time of writing that on those three items. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But what other things are on people's mind that should be in that? Oh, wait, so that was one option. The other option is not to put something in the warrant, and we did that 2 years ago. And then the third thing is to put something in the warrant and then give an update at town meeting. Have a handout of an updated kind of report. So first of all, what is people's thoughts as to how we should handle that?
Well, 2 and 3 isn't fair to the residents, I don't think. To give nothing, I don't think is a good idea. And then to give something and then change it at the last minute feels, I don't know.
I think the changing at the last minute, my thought would be that we would augment it with additional discussions that have occurred perhaps between now and then.
At that one town meeting.
Yeah, I still have a lot of unknowns. I haven't thought through everything. We're gonna be voting next week, public hearing next week. We have 1 week to write something that we all agree with. So sounds like you're leaning towards option 1, write something.
1 or 2, as long as it's, I mean, I think it feels better, like, you know, but 1 or 2 I'm leaning towards. I don't like to get anything at the last minute, and then I feel like it makes that whole town meeting longer, then there's emotions, and then there's articles and changes, and it's just, it seems a little bit unsettling for residents to get something at the very last minute. But that's just my
Okay,
opinion.
It would just be something they would read. It wouldn't be something they would vote on. It would just be, oh, this is, it'd be something in the pamphlet. They don't look, what's this? Oh, so.
Could they not pick up that piece of paper off the ground in front of that microphone and write something based on what we're?
Well, hopefully that will give more information so that when, this is not an article thing, this would be more about, it might affect how they think or vote, or maybe ask a question later on, but it wouldn't, I don't think it would. And it might change their mind, I don't know, but it's supposed to be informational and also giving our opinion on whatever it is. We've done it both ways. We've done it all up front and then all the meeting. I think it would depend on where we are. We have really next week, right? We have next Thursday. We should be we have to vote on it, I guess. That's the last time we can do it before April 7th. So.
the alternative is we have a Monday meeting after that.
Yeah, we can, yep.
the virtual meeting.
What's your capacity, Chris? You know what I mean?
I have like very little capacity. I mean, that's why I originally planned 2 full weeks for us to write a report on this. So I know some people think we can just delay hearing budgets till the end. We really got to accelerate into February when we hear budgets. And honestly, there's very few unknowns coming into the year. We don't need to wait for the governor's budget to start this process. We largely know that we're getting 1.3% on Chapter 70 increases, right? I mean, there's not a lot of unknowns, I guess is my point. But I can certainly, does everyone agree then we should definitely try for number 1 is to put out as much as we can. A lot of the articles, they're not too controversial, right? It's closing out accounts and it's a typical budget. Obviously the Prop 2.5 and is probably where we need to focus on.
So thinking about what the group has said, related to the presentation, the school and everything. And what you just said, that we actually have very little unknowns. It seems like we are ready to speak about just about everything, but the override. The override, I have a lot of questions that, and it sounds like, I think where we landed. So I wasn't thinking 1, but I'm thinking 1, it's doable because we know what the budget is for the schools. The only thing we don't know about the school is how they're planning to use the $500,000, which they usually talk about what they're gonna use any money.
Yeah, in the end, the town appropriates 1 number to the school.
Yeah.
And they can do whatever they want with it.
I hear you and I know that, but they usually talk about what are their plans, which that is a difference for me. Like, I'm just saying, for me, there is a difference. If they're talking about buying, a redundant lawnmower, I'm like, really? You want to use one-time money for that? I don't know. So it does matter how I vote. they're meeting tomorrow. I don't know if they'll feel compelled to elaborate. But they've been talking about it since Jen came in, so I would think they must have a plan, but they haven't elaborated.
Okay.
That's the only thing on the regular budget that I
Okay, so-
don't know about it.
Okay, so let me take a note on that. So because I am trying to gather ideas of what should go into the report as well.
Mhm.
So the 500K unknowns where it will be spent.
Another one that I'm thinking in terms of money and taxes, we have two money articles. They'll take which is the the building and Marshall. I think those, you mentioned, we have the numbers, help the community understand how much that would add to their, bill. I know we have had some debt that expired, like in my mind, I want to know, okay, we approved these things. For me, I want to know, do I have to allocate more money for my taxes? And I think that's a just fair assessment of, we're adding these two things, kind of replace the others or not. We are adding. And I think that's an answer, something that we can tell people if it's going to happen or not.
Okay, so I think, so, yeah, so for all three of those, there will need to be the dollar impact on the average.
Sure.
I also want to take it on the debt exclusions, because we have retired debt and we've not put other things into debt. And I think it's best practice to have a certain amount of debt, right?
Yes,
For,
it is.
for a municipality,
For
which is
everybody.
why I asked for those specific, how are we against our policy, which is no more than 11 and no more than 14.
Right.
And I think if we're within those guidelines, it's an indication that we can afford to take on this debt because it is within the policy of the town.
And we can also analyze how much, not analyze, just do the math of how much debt has rolled off of our books recently that does have an interactive impact on people's tax numbers. Because like the school, I think the primary school has been paid, maybe the library, and I think the public safety building is coming off over the next few years.
Okay, so yeah, so mention retiring debt.
And we can also give a value to those.
We should also mention the expectation of future debt, for example, Turkey Hill. Are we going to renovation or replacement is something that's coming up according to the school committee over the next decade. So we need to prepare ourselves for that. Will we have enough capital, some borrowing capacity at that point? So I think those things are all part of what we should discuss. The other thing I think we should discuss in there is just overall, why are we in this, our perception of why are we here? And I think that would be like, well, this is revenue and expenses and insurance and.
So why we are here is insurance.
Well, I mean, you look at that, you look at some of the things that we've done over the last couple of years when we had all these openings and we were saying, oh, we gotta get new employees and we paid them more. We had to, that was part of the deal. That raises expenses. So, I mean, there's a lot of those things that are out there, but.
Do we believe town employees, whether it's school or municipal salaries, is part of the reason we're here?
So I do have a spreadsheet that I did do an analysis of that. But I only did on the school side. And I was looking for specific, that's not I actually did for FY20 to FY26. I can probably get a overall, if Jen has the older spreadsheets, I don't know, I can easily do that.
Okay, so salary question mark.
Yeah, like as a percentage of what I did was, as a percentage of salaries or specific, how much was that on the budget in 2020 and how much is that the budget on 2026?
Okay, there's also reduced state aid, right?
Yes.
We can also do an analysis on that.
To me, the like number is not really 2.5, because I think with new growth and other things, it seems to be more like 3.2, 3.3. 3.3 is kind of the number that is in my mind. Is that it fairly accurate in your opinion?
Yeah.
Okay, so 3.3% is kind of our new revenue every year increase. So everything that's above 3.3% is causing the structural problems that we're in.
Yeah, there's been,
Cost of buying vehicles now is a lot higher than it used to be.
So that drives to free cash. I think we're in a slightly lower free cash position than we have been historically.
well, when.
That funds free cash, right?
Jan saw the spreadsheet. So when Carrie was here, we used to have very little free cash that she used to keep it at like 2-3%. And when Heather came, Heather increased, you can see free cash going at a much higher rate. Which it makes sense because when Carrie was here, it was during the Great Recession. But I don't know if, I don't know if that's I think that's more of a budget practice of the town manager than truly a reflection of new growth
Yeah,
per se.
okay. Anything else on folks' mind? All right,
I think one thing we can, like, you know, as of now, I don't know how to assess the school budget, and I think I have made that clear. But, you know, I don't see us necessarily in a budget crisis. I know we gotta address some issues, but, you know, the town just, we need to learn to navigate with the budget that we have and maybe make informed and intentional decisions about our how we spend the money. And, you know, and like the recycling program is a great example of something that right now we are using taxation to provide a very specific service. So as we go for in the next year, I think one thing I would say on that report is that we do need to do an assessment of how we are operating government and make decisions, and we can use the recycling as an example of something that, you know, and I think last year, the beginning of last year, they increased fees for the building department because they were spending a lot of money on that. So I think there's a lot of things we need to understand, the functioner of government versus someone receiving a service, because I think that's where a lot of towns are going for it.
so I'm gonna try to avoid anything that's not factual. So I won't use budget crisis, right?
Right,
Because what's a recession is when your neighbor gets laid off, and a depression is when you get laid off, right?
right.
So the budget crisis is in the eye of the beholder.
Right, and that's exactly how I feel. I mean, we have had increased revenue from our taxation plus new growth every year. Like, that's not a budget price. Like in 2010, it was a little tough.
Yeah, okay. Anything else? Okay, the second ask I would have is there anyone, you know, we can kind of do this, I can get help from less than half of you, which means one or two other people. Does anyone want to kind of help me over the weekend and into next week with pulling this together in any way? Okay. And then, we may be writing this somewhat real time next week, so, and maybe I will need to schedule a Zoom meeting on Monday the following week as a backup. And the reason I say I'll need to schedule it is just that would have to be in, I think, by Thursday, right? For
So it would have to be on Wednesday,
Wednesday.
because Friday's.
Would people have time if we, just as a backup on that Monday,
Well, Monday's that.
The 7th.
the 7th?
I'm free.
Okay. All right, so I'll schedule it Monday, the 7th, Zoom. I'll just do Zoom. You guys want to do 6:30, 7? Probably aim to 7 if no one has an objection.
Should work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For finalizing the document.
Yeah,
Yeah, I need to get it out the door on Monday. The 7th.
oh, I thought, okay, I thought you said Tuesday, the 7th is the Monday?
Friday.
Okay, we'll just
We'll
have to do it.
We
I
might
guess
be
I-
here till Friday morning. On Thursday.
Okay, okay. Anything else on that? All right, okay, so next week will be another busy week. Like I said, we'll go through public hearing, we'll vote on all the articles. And then we'll finalize our report. And we can determine, oh, there's also gonna be a reserve transfer request that I'll send you from the fire chief for vehicle maintenance. So we'll have to see if we want to approve that. It's like 10K, 11K or something like that. Okay. All right, so did anyone have a chance to look at the minutes? They just got posted yesterday. Okay,
Yeah.
I did.
you did?
I did not.
All right, I didn't either. All right, we can wait on them. I think that was the one that went past midnight, so.
Yep.
All right, any committee reports that anyone wants to mention? Okay, any actions or future meeting topics? I think we're nearing the end here, right? So that's the good thing. All right, any public comment from the public? And I thank anyone who's stayed.
Hey, Chris, I don't know if I just
Hold on
jump
one
in
second.
or, yeah.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, TJ.
Awesome. I don't know if you can see me on a different computer today. There we go.
Yeah, we can see.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
need
my
to say
first,
your name and address now, though.
man, I thought I
You're not an
got over
official
that earlier.
person.
TJ Laughlin, 207 Rolling Acres Road. Chris, your comment about walking is interesting because I see the vice chair walking around town every day, including through Marshall Park. So maybe she can give you some routes. So the other important thing I think here is Ms. Lockwood called into question some really, really big things with the school budget unrelated to an override, right? She called into question the number of cuts of teachers, the teacher salary line item altogether. She called into question, which is single-handedly the biggest part of the school budget, again, unrelated to an override. She called into question the salary increases and the impact of that. She called into question the transportation increase not being accurate. Again, these are all unrelated to an override. These are the fundamentals of the biggest budget of our town. So to go back to what you said, Mr. Chair, if the Finance Committee has the responsibility to do due diligence for the taxpayers, to do analyses of these budgets so that we can make a good decision as taxpayers, it seems we're not there yet, even for the core school committee, school budget. To me, and I think this is true just mathematically and budget wise, everything that was in that presentation calls into question the school budget, not the override budget, which you're calling, which fundamentally calls into question the town budget, and it calls into question the omnibus budget, which means we as the public probably need more open discussion to get to the truth of the school budget from the finance committee. If you guys don't agree that this is accurate, truthful information, the taxpayers need that. With not a lot of time, it seems like we have some work to do to get to that truth. And without that analysis, how can we, to quote kind of you peripherally, Mr. Chair, how can we as taxpayers know what we're voting on at town meeting for the budget? So and kind of secondly, as a taxpayer, I can't reconcile how approving a town manager budget for the schools requires less scrutiny than what you're calling an override budget. Again, it's the biggest part of our budget, so why would that require less scrutiny? And lastly, I'll happily adjust the override dollars to accommodate whatever the outcome is of your analysis. I used what I had available as the truth. If you guys found that to not be truthful, happy to adjust. Thank you.
Thanks, TJ. Dave, go ahead.
Yep, very quickly, it's a late night and I congratulate you guys for making it through all of this. Dave Passios, Jefferson, New Hampshire Presidential Highway. Just a comment. I've been through the trials and tribulations of trying to get consensus for a finance committee report to be printed in the warrants over the years. I'd just like to throw out a suggestion, and that is put together the best report you can within the time frame you have, but then consider including on that page, maybe in the upper corner, a link or a QR code to additional information. That will give you the ability to put information out there to the public that is able to access it through the internet, right up to town meeting. Just a suggestion, but I think it may be prudent to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
I know we all want to go home. 162 Highland Street, John Bowen. I have to say, Miss Lockwood, excellent. That was kind of opening some clarity for us to see. I just wanted to mention that the citizen petition warrant article for the cemetery rules and regulations do have some financial impact, which is the handling of financial direction. And in that warrant article, it basically says that unless there is a plan, Chris, which I know is a concern of yours and this board, is that unless there is a plan, there is no money from the sale of lots fund that can be used. Unless there is a formidable plan that is efficient, that has been looked at by the town manager, approved by the Department of Public Works, worked on with the cemetery superintendent. That's part of that article. That article is basically a statement saying that the people will vote whether or not that money and that plan is necessary at town meeting. Okay, special town meeting to change rules and regulations can be done there or at the annual town meeting, but any money that gets requested can only be done at annual town meeting. So it does have some bearing financially. The other thing is, when it comes to, we had spoken earlier on the crack ceiling issue. If I had mentioned the electricity specifically to light up the flagpoles, to put actually functioning utility in the cemetery, I think is a better use of tax people's money than it is, since the cemetery doesn't want to spend theirs, that I would be open to even a consideration to spend $50,000 on providing electrical to light up the flagpoles, to light up the signs, and to put electrical outlets in those locations to be able to use electric apparatus that's necessary, for work to be done on the cemeteries, because they complained there's no electricity for us to do stuff. Well, run a 250, 350 foot cord. Now you have some work to do. So just a suggestion, just a recommendation. But like I said, I'm on board with no plan, no money. And that's where I stand with that. Let's have a plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn McLeod, 436 Reservoir Road. I'll just read so I don't go down a rabbit hole. So to your comment about making informed, intentional decisions, I would encourage you to reflect on a lot of the issues, a lot of the narratives that are currently going on throughout town at various boards and committees. And those include, this is just a list I came up with now. It is certainly not all of them. The cost of providing level services across town, citizens override petition, if that passes, the subsequent years of override petitions, Marshall Park Town Hall project, any undisclosed unknown maintenance structural problems with the current town hall that are not accounted for in the $23+ million estimate, TC Passios building and the liabilities associated with that, Turkey Hill School's future. It's the oldest school building. The Brooks House, stormwater utility, the impact that will have directly on residents, as well as the business community, and the impact that the business community has will certainly be passed on. That cost will be passed on through the employees as well as the customers. The Community Preservation Act, which would add, a lot of discussions are ongoing about that, and there seems to be a lot of support, and that's up to an additional 3% on the property tax. The water district water takers are dealing with regulations on removing PFAS. I don't remember specifically the numbers that were previously presented, but it was like 35 million or 45 million, and that would be spread across those who are water takers. I'm in the water district, but I have a well, so that would not apply to me, but we have to keep that in mind. Of course, one of the most pressing issues in town, fire department staffing, sewer commission default rate of approximately 27% of their customers. Now, I have not watched the most recent sewer commission meeting, so hopefully they had sent out demand notices. They finally worked through Munis and got those out. And so hopefully that was just a clerical mistake and people just didn't realize it and they're paying up. But that's a very serious concern for those people if they actually are unable to pay that bill. So if that holds true, again, last I knew, and it could be updated, 27% is very troubling. And, I've concern for that. Elimination of the trash pickup service. And part of being, I think, a transparent government, I think part of that, if that were to go, it would be important to explain to the residents the impact the impact that trash pickup has on their tax bill. So for example, say it costs them, $10 or whatever, and then highlight what the ongoing cost is to hire a private contractor to come in and take your trash out. And then pack with the dwindling revenue services. So those are just, and you mentioned several other issues tonight. So those are just some of the big issues that came up across my mind. And I would just encourage you to just reflect upon those as you make these very difficult decisions on the upcoming articles. And, God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment from the public? Any public comment from the committee?
I have a quick one, just because I really want to emphasize this. Throughout my presentation, I didn't call into question the budget. I wanted to reconcile information. I didn't say what was presented was not truthful. It was truthful to someone's ability and information they had. It's just we need to get all the numbers matching. It's just a question of reconciliation. The school committee has the authority to make changes. It's just the supporting document did not match the budget. So I don't want my presentation that was very well, reconciliation. We just need to reconcile information. It was not calling into question how truthful the budget is. So that's all. So please remember that.
Anything else?
What you say?
All right, motion to adjourn.
So moved?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, we're adjourned. Thank you.